While we await the president's arrival in Los Angeles, Governor Newsom and LA Mayor Karen Bass were told will be there on the tarmac when the president lands. Now, it's no secret that Newsom and Trump have disagreed over how to battle the wildfires that have ravaged the area. Earlier, the president laying out his expectations for the visit.
I want to see two things in Los Angeles: voter ID, so that the people have a chance to vote, and I want to see the water be released and come down into Los Angeles and throughout the state. Those are the two things. After that, I will be the greatest president that California has ever seen.
And here is what Governor Newsom had to say about the president.
I'm grateful, though, that he took our invitation to heart and that he will be here tomorrow. It's my understanding. I look forward to being there on the tarmac to thank the president, welcome him, and we're making sure that all the resources he needs for a successful briefing are provided to him.
And we're just asking, why is our town burnt down? Why are our families' houses gone? And if you can explain that to us in a logical, reasonable way, we'll accept it. But right now, there is no explanation.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have promised to be your front seat to the golden era, and here we go again. Donald Trump, live right now, just landed. You can see, you would call it Trump Force One. You can call it Trump Force One. Air Force One on the ground in Los Angeles. Donald Trump will be surveying the horrors that have ravaged LA and so many of these peaceful suburbs, and those people didn't deserve it. I know there's a lot of people that are like, well, you know what? You live in California, and this is just what you get. I guess that these people, if they vote woke, don't be surprised if there's no water in your hydrants, but nonetheless, you got to feel bad for your fellow Americans, and it's a beautiful thing to see Donald Trump go from Western North Carolina to the tarmac, where Gavin Newsom is on the tarmac right now. Now, all of our producers are live and locked in, and we are trying desperately, as soon as Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump stand together on that tarmac, we're going to go to it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see right here the live shot of reporters scurrying around, seeing Air Force One. It looks like it's a beautiful day. Marine One is there. And so this is something that is going to be very interesting. So Donald Trump's going to then get on Marine One and then fly around. This is something he didn't do in North Carolina earlier today when he drove to one of the disaster areas, met with homeless families. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump getting ready to deplane right there. Donald Trump has had one unbelievable day. It's a day that has been pretty legendary. Just off the top of my head, and this is not a thoroughly conclusive list. And by the way, is that Gavin Newsom right there? Is that bump in? There he is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, Gavin Newsom. Say it in the chat, Gavin Newsom. There he is, standing there. Doesn't even have a suit on. Oh my God, this guy's like Zelensky. Doesn't even got a suit on, has his hands in his back pocket, total beta, got a pen. What are you going to do with a pen? You going to ask for an autograph? Got this creepy, greasy haircut. What a nightmare. I love the zoom in. I love the fact that he's standing there alone in a dumpy pair of jeans, awkwardly twitching and fidgeting, waiting for Donald Trump. Look at that. What a shot. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live in LA right now as President Trump plans to depart here and I think get inside of Marine One and then tour around. That's going to be very interesting. Man, I wonder if they're going to take the cameras up in the helicopter with Trump as he flies. The only reason for Marine One to be there would obviously be, and here you can see, it's kind of cool, isn't it? It's kind of awesome. It's kind of dope, like seeing the specific landing stairway, right, for Air Force One. They wouldn't even let the cameras roll with Joe Biden. And this is a matter of fact. They wouldn't let the cameras film Joe Biden going up the stairs. There are multiple news reports of that because they were so worried that Joe Biden would fall on his ass, they refused to let the cameras film live departures on Air Force One. They cut them off. Isn't that amazing? So this is stuff we haven't seen in years. A president that can actually walk down the stairs. Very interesting. What a time to be alive. So you can see there, presidential seal on the door. The nice zoom in. Gavin Newsom, as promised, fidgeting nervously at the very bottom of the staircase. And soon, Donald Trump and Melania. And they're fresh off of a trip to North Carolina, Western North Carolina specifically, where President Trump did 3 separate press conferences. It's very interesting. President Trump did a press conference with homeless families in a disaster zone. He did a sort of a Mission Central conference on a briefing. Now that's ready to go, and you have woke Mayor Karen Bass, who was in Ghana while her city burned to ashes. Karen Bass is there. We have that confirmed. So President Trump will be standing in a room with pretty much all Democrats and will be roasting them to their face. And it's going to be glorious entertainment tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be awesome. So we're going to lock in right here. We know that there's one person waiting for Trump at the bottom of these stairs. It's Gavin Newsom, and he looks nervous as hell. Donald Trump did a press conference outside of his plane this morning. We were gasping to catch up because, quite frankly, we just couldn't believe what a blazing fast pace Trump was on today. The alpha energy rocking this administration. Never seen anyone or anything more productive in my life. Huge shout out to Trump's team. Give them love in the chat. Huge shout out to Trump's team for what they've been able to do. It's been exhausting covering, to be quite honest with you. Imagine like actually executing like this. Trump did a press conference at the bottom of the stairs. Then he did a press conference inside of his briefing. Then he did a press conference on the disaster zone. And he took questions. Some of those questions were about the news that was made, and I'm sure Trump will make more news. We have it on good authority that Donald Trump's going to make some big announcements here, live in Los Angeles. Now, what did he announce today that made huge news? He announced that he was getting rid of Dr. Fauci's $15 million a year federal marshal's Secret Service. So what is this all about? Dr. Fauci was approved for a $15 million a year limo service and security detail paid for by you. It's not enough that Dr. Fauci is one of the world's foremost criminals, crimes against humanity, ladies and gentlemen. It's not enough that Dr. Fauci has committed horrors untold by creating pathogens and viruses that were illegal. It was unlawful for him to do this, obviously, but he paid through EcoHealth Alliance the Chinese to create super viruses. And then right before Donald Trump was inaugurated, he promised a surprise pandemic. Dr. Fauci is one of history's greatest monsters, largest monsters, most evil monsters. I mean, he literally is right up there with the mass murderers of history. And you could maybe argue that he murdered the most people in history with a body count of millions. And you were paying for his Secret Service detail. For some reason, they cut away from the shot. So producers, let's go ahead and make sure that we get... Okay, let's find another shot. Quickly, come on. Quick. Let's get another shot. Fast. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rock and roll. Here we go. Donald Trump with Gavin Newsom.
Hello, everybody. So we just left North Carolina a little while ago. We have that in very good shape. We have the congressman in charge and Michael Watley, and we're going to do a lot of work. We have the Army Corps of Engineers working as they are here. And I think you're going to see some very big progress. They left them high and dry. And now we're going to be taking a little tour with some of the people from the area. I appreciate the governor coming out and meeting me, Kevin. Very much. And we'll be talking a little bit. We want to get it fixed. We want to get the problem fixed. And there'll be some ways, but it's like you got hit by a bomb, right?
Yeah.
Like you got hit by a bomb. Would you like to say something?
Most importantly,
thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us, and not just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
We will. We're going to get it done. Tremendous numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever probably seen anything like this. You could almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean, nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed, so we'll get it permanently fixed, so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking a little bit later, and we'll get it worked out, okay?
I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Both of you have disagreed a lot over the past week over what has happened in this state. How do you plan to
We got to
put your
get it
differences
finished.
aside?
We're looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. It's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, which should be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care of things, okay?
I have all the confidence in the world we'll work that out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I guess some of you are coming with us and some of you not. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are talking and walking like old friends. I don't know how Donald Trump has the magnanimity to actually do this. I don't know how he's able to pull this off. I wouldn't be able to do it. Melania Trump, also by his side, changed outfits, as she is known to do. President Trump there at the airport. Now he is sending with Gavin Newsom and Melania, Marine One, to a briefing where President Trump will take more questions. He did this earlier today, where Donald Trump is sitting at a roundtable, effectively, with the local leaders. Donald Trump being, again, very polite, very kind to Gavin Newsom, saying this is like something that's going to be bigger than politics and something that we have to do together and something that we're going to fix. Say it looks like a bomb went off in Los Angeles. It looks like a bomb. So they're going to be taking Marine One to a briefing, effectively, right now. And so we're going to, ladies and gentlemen, go show you what the briefing looks like. Here we go. Donald Trump isn't there just yet. Cutting on over here. Trump visits disaster in Los Angeles to survey wildfire damage. Now, if we go in big here, you'll see Karen Bass, various members of California's congressional delegation. Karen Bass, of course, is the DEI mayor of Los Angeles, somebody who cut the fire department by tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. Correction. Sorry, I need to get into government math here. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Somebody who was in Ghana when her city was burning to embers, even though there were fires and fire alerts while she was leaving. Somebody who promised that she wouldn't be doing taxpayer-funded vacations. And yet she went to Africa, which, if you look at a map, actually, if you look on a globe and you spin it, Africa is about as far away from LA as you can get on Earth here, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a live shot where President Trump is going to be walking in. This is where they're taking Marine One to. They're going to be taking Marine One to land in this, which looks like it's got to be inside of a firehouse, right? And so Donald Trump speaking and briefing and taking questions here soon and facing some of his most mortal enemies. I see Kim there and Brad Sherman. There's Karen Bass there in the purple wobbling around. You see this? There she is. Yeah, they're all taking their seats. So Marine One is a very fast helicopter. So I expect, and Donald Trump was moving at a very brisk pace today. Well, again, our show was like gasping to keep up. Was moving at a very brisk pace today. You have like Wolf Blitzer there. Again, Karen Bass is the Ozempic lady in the purple suit. And so this is where Donald Trump is going to be, again, facing off with some of his mortal enemies, people that voted for his impeachment and so on, in the Congress, but showing like Obama-level magnanimity. They're doing a mic check right now, so I expect them to be there soon. Obama-level magnanimity. We all saw Donald Trump clapping backs with... clapping back, yeah, okay. You see it, like you can recognize these people. They're all members of Congress from California. Members of Congress from California, Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. There you go. So, Donald Trump, who warned California time and time again about the disasters that they were about to face. Donald Trump, who's been to California in his first term because of the wildfire disasters, and California refused to heed this warning. Now, Donald Trump is having to come back in the opening hours of his new administration. California is going to be begging for billions of dollars in federal funds. You can believe that. And so that's what all of this is about. They're all going to kiss his ass now. All of these people were cheering on when Donald Trump missed an assassin's bullet, when Donald Trump was assassinated in other ways, like legal, judicial, political impeachment. Some of them voted for his impeachment. And now they're all going to be kissing the ring. You can see the members of Congress taking their seats there. Again, every person at the table is a member of Congress, a Democrat. I don't see a single Republican there yet. I do see a surfboard, though. So there's a surfboard. So, ladies and gentlemen, mic check is set, and we are ready to go. We won't miss a second of this. Again, Donald Trump moved so quickly this morning, we were like caught off guard almost. He did do 3 different press conferences, and it was the press conference that was here at the Roundtable this morning in Western North Carolina that Donald Trump answered the most questions. What were the questions that he answered? Dr. Fauci getting his security clearances revoked and his security deleted by Donald Trump. Completely canceled his taxpayer-funded $15 million a year security. Dr. Fauci, we checked this, is worth $12 million. So he has a net worth of $12 million. That's an enormous amount of money. Well, Dr. Fauci can fund his own damn security, can't he? $12 million. How does somebody who's worked for the federal government get a net worth of $12 million? That don't make no sense. Something shady's going on, just like with Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi going to be there today? Is Nancy going to be here? Oh, that's going to be very interesting. There are every person seated and every person around the table right now is a member of Congress, with the exception of Mayor Karen Bass, who was a member of Congress before being elected, quote unquote, to mayor. So we'll see. Democrats are in absolute panic. I don't know if we have Nicole Shanahan loaded, but I'd really like to get to Nicole Shanahan as somebody who was on our program yesterday, and she effectively all but announcing that she's running for governor of California. So you see the dignitaries filing in right here, and you know that President Trump's going to be shortly behind. Something that we are very interested in here, just given the fact that we're watching the first President Trump trip to California as president. He did campaign in California. He did do some fundraisers in California and raised a lot of money, actually. He went to San Francisco, went to the heart of San Francisco and raised like $12 million in downtown San Francisco at sort of like the height of Trump derangement syndrome. So can't break the man. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump deplaning something that it happened moments ago for an inexplicable purpose. The feed cut out. We're going to make sure that never happens again. But here is Donald Trump greeting Gavin Newsom. Trump looks like he's lost weight. Let's just turn up the audio just in case. Maybe we can... Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Go back to the handshake. Let's go back to the handshake. I mean, this is the live right here, but why don't we analyze this, shall we? Here we go. Look at that handshake. Look at Newsom. Hold on. Just quick, just fun, just for fun. Let's do some analyzation. Let's analyze here for just a sec. Just as we're waiting. We're waiting, and our producers are watching for President Trump to walk into the room, which looks like they're all standing at attention. So, of course, we'll cut. Right now, we don't have anything just yet. But as soon as Trump walks into this room, right now it's just footage of them standing about their tables. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. So Trump goes in with the alpha handshake. Look at the green lines. Trump standing straight up, greeting someone with a clap on the back. That's a very rare Trump move, a little clap on the back there. Gavin Newsom, who Donald Trump calls new scum, to his face, and with regularity, and used it actually during the inauguration. Donald Trump was saying Gavin Newsom from the Oval Office, saying Gavin Newsom. Donald Trump getting the firm handshake. Watch Donald Trump pull Newsom in. There you go. And Gavin Newsom doing a little fist, crying, apologizing. Look at this. This is, I think, very important. Gavin Newsom bowing his head to Trump. Look at that. Gavin Newsom with the bow in to the head. Gavin Newsom is Trump's bitch. That's what this is. That's what's going on here. Yep. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what's going on. This is Gavin Newsom begging for forgiveness. Also, you are an adult, sir. Okay, you're like a grown ass man. Why don't you wear a suit? Like, you can't put on a suit. You can't dress like an adult. Why are you dressed like somebody who's currently working at the Hollister in your local mall in Gary, Indiana? Why are you dressed like this? Why are you dressed like somebody who's going, like you're like a dad taking your daughter to a Taylor Swift concert? Why are you dressed like that? You're dressed like such a unprofessional jackwagon. What is wrong with these people? Honestly, legitimately, what is wrong with these people? Melania Trump standing there doing her first lady, going effortlessly into her first lady mode, walking beside Donald Trump. No, you never saw Jill Biden walk beside Joe Biden. You never saw Jill Biden or Joe Biden walk beside each other because that would have been too unnerving. It would have been too destabilizing. And then Gavin Newsom bowing his head to Trump, begging for forgiveness, smiling, cowering, leaning in. Donald Trump with the solid green lines there. And Gavin Newsom begging for forgiveness. What a coward. Camera in the chopper. Let's go. Camera in the chopper. Camera in the chopper. I want to see it. Okay, we got footage here, ladies. This is so freaking awesome. This is so awesome. Okay, so this is footage from a helicopter flying with Marine One. How cool is this? This is live right now. So there you have the Ospreys. The Ospreys are those giant military vehicles that have the propellers that rotate. And you have Marine One. I've never seen this. This is so effing awesome. Look at this. That's Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom and Melania Trump with their military crew, and they're traveling together with a military. That's so cool. Out of the back of a helo, you can see here, out of the back, well, I mean, I assume it's a helo. Maybe it's I would assume, okay, this has got to be an Osprey. This is so freaking awesome to see this live. There's going to be some shakiness. There's going to be some glitchiness, ladies and gentlemen, because we're traveling above LA right now with Trump in a helicopter. How cool is that? So dope. Man, yeah, take me over to another shot. Let's go see it, okay? There they are. This is a different shot. No shortage of cameras in LA, so easy to get these shots. So, okay, that's so awesome. In the back of the, as soon as the shot clears up, Klein, go back to it. Yeah. That's so neat. So this is sort of the formation flying over LA right now. Man, that is awesome. Clear but shaky. Yeah, give me a shot. Let's see it. This is so cool. We can go back and forth to the actual Osprey themselves. This is so neat. It's called a CV-22 Osprey. This is a tilt-rotor aircraft that combines the vertical takeoff and hover and vertical landing qualities of a helicopter with long-range fuel efficiency and speed characteristics. And this is Trump's Marine One. Obviously, Marine One is, you know the shape of Marine One. World-famous Marine One. And that is where Donald Trump is traveling just with Gavin Newsom and Melania Trump right now. How cool is that? So we're seeing this camera footage. This is camera footage that is live right now of the president. It's being filmed out of the bay of a CV-22 Osprey, is what they're called. I've never seen anything like this, and they're flying live over LA right now. Yeah, like, can you imagine what Gavin Newsom is getting, the business that he's getting from Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump is giving Gavin Newsom the smackdown of a lifetime. The bitch slap of a lifetime right now in that plane. Oh, baby. Trump is cooking them. You know it. Trump's probably telling the military formation here to do a couple laps so that he has time to smack around Gavin Newsom. His makeup's going to be all off. His hair, he's going to smack the gel out of his hair. That's how hard he's getting smacked right now. Gavin Newsom is going to come out crying with makeup running down his face. So cool. When I was looking at this formation, there were 2 Marine One aircrafts. Now, based on friends I have that are in the Air Force, they never fly solo because, of course, it would be very easy to target which one the president is in. Yeah, we're going to switch back and forth here because that shot is out of the back of a moving aircraft. Sometimes it gets glitchy, right? This was an issue that we dealt with this morning because of the quick speed. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Look at this. You can see the actual damage. Look at this. This is the Palisades. You can see the damage that's been done there. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's not your connection. It's just the plane. This is freaking awesome. This is awesome. To be able to see this live, you can see a different formation. See the Osprey breaking formation there? Ladies and gentlemen, this seems to be, it's the feed, it's just the feed. It's the feed over a disaster area that burned down. No doubt there's some type of, definitely radio transmission. And you can see that. And then this is the local news broadcast. This is a local news in LA broadcast that cut back. So here's the await for President Trump inside of the firehouse here. And you can see how everyone has filled in and everyone is at their seats. But let's get back to the helicopter if possible.
I think every feed froze.
So every feed froze. So perhaps what happened, this is the feed right now live. It's not you, ladies and gentlemen. It just froze, just locked. It just got locked. They all switched off. Perhaps what this is, sometimes they call what is called a lid, and they don't allow people to continue filming. So maybe there was just a period of time. No, that's not Adam Schiff. Okay. Maybe there was just a period of time when they were allowed to film, and then they had to cut their feeds. So we're not exactly certain, but that was just unbelievably awesome. Unbelievably awesome. Man, that's freaking cool. I've never seen them be able to cover like that. Let's flip on over there. Let's jump on over there just for fun. I see where you're at, Killer Klein. Those are our dear friends at Right Side Broadcasting. And while we're not going to take their feed live, you can see here the footage out of the back of the plane again. You can see the footage out of the back. Nothing but love for Right Side Broadcasting. Nothing but love. Total patriots. There it is. Again, wobbly. It's not your connection, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the realities of live streaming out of the back of a traveling military helicopter. Look at this. So cool. So cool. So you can see there you can see the mountains. And something amazing happened before the feeds cut. Okay, and then look, we can see the ocean and the military members. Look at this guy. Look at this dude with the helmet on. Whoa! If you are just joining us, inside of these helicopters, Gavin Newsom, Melania Trump, and Donald Trump in one helicopter with a military attaché. That's it. Could you imagine what is going on right now? The level of bitch slapping that's happening right now inside of that little helicopter, where nobody can hear him and nobody can see him. Whew. Whew. Boy. Gavin Newsom wants to be president? I don't think so. Gavin Newsom wants to be president? I don't think so. Look at this. A beautiful shot of the California beaches as the Osprey flies over. So what you're seeing right now is the live view of military aircraft that are protecting and traveling in formation with Donald Trump. Now, friends of mine in the military tell me that Marine One never flies alone. There's always multiple Marine Ones. In Washington, D.C., it's a very famous sight to see 3 Marine Ones take off. They all 3 take off together, and they zip through Washington, D.C. They often travel down the Potomac River. There they are again. There they are again, right there. There they are again, ladies and gentlemen. You can see them. I know it's not the best footage. Guys, keep checking all the local feeds. Keep checking all the local feeds, please, producers. See if we can get, what we can get. I'm not trying to make anyone say. This one's funny. Here, look at this. This is what some of the local feeds are. I think they're trying to catch maybe President Trump, landing.
They were going into land.
Going into land. So this is presumably you'll see the helicopter zip around the corner and then come in and land here, which is so freaking awesome. That's the Pacific Palisades. They have a shot of that. So here we go. Back to the actual Marine One. Marine One never travels alone, so you'll see multiples. But you would have to assume that the one that they're zooming in on is the one carrying President Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see them also set up for Donald Trump to stand outside of the wildfires. You can see the local news cameras all setting up. It's kind of their pool feeds for Donald Trump to stand outside the wildfires and to lock in. He is, again, with Gavin Newsom, and he was a total gentleman when he was with Gavin Newsom. Let's zip in here, Klein. Let's just have a listen here to what the local news reporters are saying. Love local news. Love local news. Let's have a listen.
Come to an end just about half a block down the road right there. That is Fire Station 69. President Trump is going to be meeting there with Mayor Bass, also the chief of that local fire station, and a host of other local, state, and national lawmakers and policymakers to try to get an update on this fire that was here. Now, one of the lawmakers that he's going to be meeting with is Congresswoman Young Kim. She's actually out of Orange County. She mentioned that she flew back from Washington today specifically to meet with President Trump. She said this is not a time for politics. It's a time for recovery. I asked her specifically about the comments indicating that California's aid could be conditional. And here's what she had to say.
I've been very clear. Right now, we're dealing with the disaster, okay? I walked over here, parked my car, and I saw the devastation. There's nothing left here, all right? When you see things like that, how can you say, put some conditions here when the families are hurting? This is not a political issue, and this is not a blue or red issue. People are hurting. They need help. We need to bring those help to this community as soon as possible, and that's what we should be doing as federal representatives.
Also among the lawmakers we're going to be hearing from Supervisor Catherine Barger. She said she's going to be on the ground being a voice for Altadena. I know that's something that you mentioned. That was a topic of conversation. The president is going to be here taking a look at the Palisades devastation. But what about Altadena? And she said she is going to be raising those issues. I want to read you a little bit of the statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Check this out. Hold on. Going over to the helicopter feed. Sorry, we're just going to we got to pivot to the coolest thing. Listen, our show is dope. Our show is dope, and we do dope stuff. Look at this. Here we go. We're monitoring 50 different feeds right now, and it's so cool. Again, the resolution, they are over the ocean. You can see here, but it will buffer, and you'll be able to see it crisper. There we go. Just an amazing shot. Just so cool. Show me Trump. I want to see Gavin crying in the window of Marine One. I want to see Gavin. I want to see huge amounts of mascara running down his face. And that's just after Melania gets done with them. Holy moly. Look at this. New scum. Is Trump going to call Gavin Newsom to his face? This is one of the more important questions on Earth, ladies and gentlemen, and a critical question for our time. That's so neat. You can see the sort of the logo there. The military, obviously the military crew on that. I was going to say helo, but I okay, here we go. Yep, here we go. Yep, here's Donald Trump landing. Donald Trump landing right now. Locking in, ladies and gentlemen. There they are. There are the multiple Marine ones. President Trump landing. President Trump landing. You can see it. Hold on. Beautiful. Let's go see if they... there they are. They're sort of doing a little spin around the mountain there. I'll be coming around the mountain when we come. Enough. Do not come. Do not come. I'm going to come. Come on, Kamala Harris. Donald Trump. This is where Kamala Harris is living now. This is Kamala Harris's new house. It's very fun. It's a brand new house for Kamala Harris. This is a live shot of Kamala Harris's yard. And her and Doug are in there having a little domestic. That's why the trailer's shaking. Okay. Back to the helicopters. These are all live shots. Look at this. Bro is gonna do... Whoa! We're going to land with Trump. This is so freaking awesome. Okay, here we go. We're landing with Trump inside of an Osprey. Landing with Trump right now. Live. 100% live. Landing with Trump. This is so freaking sweet. There's a crew member. Let's just stay on this shot. And let's just see where the camera goes. Go to Trump. So awesome. You can see how they actually like rig out the Ospreys here. I want to say helo, but is it actually classified as a helicopter? I don't know. It's one of those propeller jet. It's like a jet with propellers, giant rotors on it. It's called a tiltrotor. A roto-tilt. There it goes. There they go. Okay, here we go. We're traveling with the camera. We're rolling. We're going down the lawn to go see Trump. Are those Trump's shoes? Let's find out. Okay. This is what's called the pool feed. This is a camera that travels live with the president. I apologize for the shakiness here, ladies and gentlemen. We are 100% live. Perhaps they will capture Donald Trump actually landing. Producers, make sure that we're checking all feeds and that we have like the best, that we have the best available. Okay? Okay, we have the best one. All right. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but this is the beauty of being live in this capacity. President Trump deplaning from Marine One. How cool is that? This is the pool feed. It is the only feed with the shot of them walking, and what you'll see here is vans, the pool vans, being carried through. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Okay. Have anything else? Okay, Killer Klein, let's bop over. Yep.
As Karma noted here, Fire Station 69 is just down the block. So once he gets on the ground, gets out of Marine One, he'll come to this neighborhood, which the homes where he's visiting are just a couple hundred feet from where the fire station is. So we are going to be keeping a close eye on it. But give you a look at what we're seeing here just down the street. They have a number of street services trucks that are blocking the roadway going past the destruction.
Walking there, and of course that area by any stretch of the imagination has a nice large perimeter of security in the region there, as he will survey.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Sorry for this. This is just happening live right now. Okay, the pool feed separated from Trump and is running to the Trump event. This is President Trump landing with Gavin Newsom. So what you watched there was the camera and the military aircraft traveling. They landed ahead of Trump And now Trump is landing, and you're witnessing the live landing of President Trump here. Come on. Show me Trump. Come on. Move the cameras. We're live. We're live. Our production team is searching ravenously. I cannot believe it. Put the camera on the helicopter. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got it. We'll get it for you. Put the camera on the helicopter. Let's go. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Goodness gracious. What a joke. What a mess. DEI cameraman. In LA, they hire the DEI cameraman. Okay, there's Trump. There's another Marine One landing, and you would have to assume, again, there's decoy Marine Ones every time the president travels. President Trump travels with decoy Marine Ones. And again, I apologize for the shakiness here. We are capturing all available feeds, and our producers are locked in. Here we go. This is President Trump's Marine One, which would be landing second from the wouldn't be landing with the decoy, right? Like it'd be landing secondarily. And look at the speed and the caution upon which it lands. President Trump, Melania Trump, and Gavin Newsom inside. In Western North Carolina, Donald Trump did press conferences, 3 of them. And he did them outside of his planes. He did them outside of Marine One. He did the one outside of Air Force One. And he did one inside of the actual disaster area. So we'll see what Trump does here. President Trump landing. Kind of awesome to see. And again, I apologize for the Saving Private Ryan videography, right? With the running and shakiness. But it's awesome to be completely live. Never been live with Trump in a helicopter. How great is that? Never been live with Trump in a helicopter. Again, Gavin Newsom, Melania Trump, and Donald Trump are inside of this chopper. So cool. So cool. Okay, so next thing you're going to see is the helicopter stairs get lowered. They've straightened out the blades. Look how so sophisticated. It's so freaking awesome. So they straighten out the blades there, and you're going to see the stairs get lowered. And then the president gets out. Our producers are monitoring every angle, ladies and gentlemen. We even have AIs of Gavin Newsom crying, but we can't show you those until we break away from this shot. Where is Trump heading? President Trump is heading. You see the rotors stopping there. You got to do that because, you'd all get knocked over. Everyone would be knocked over, right? There we go. Okay. There it stops. And here come the actual... There we go. Here come the actual members of the military. The Marines, of course, who greet the president upon departure from Marine One. And Donald Trump, Melania. And there's our friend. Look at that, ALX. You see Andrea right there? the blonde with the camera. That's our dear friend, Andrea Hanks, who's just like freaking awesome. Andrea Hanks is the official photographer for the president and Melania. And that's her right there. She's the blonde. And she's our dear friend. She took photos for my family, actually, when we had our new babies. She takes all of our babies' new photos. That's so cool. What a small world. We love you, Andrea. Anyway, you can see now President Trump will be departing. The stairs have been lowered. Gavin Newsom getting the business. Getting smacked around by Melania. And we'll see if there's any mascara streaming down his face. Okay? And the people are departing the helicopter. Here we go. Donald Trump, Melania, and a very gangly, weak need Gumby-like Gavin Newsom to the Secret Service vehicle. Andrea Hanks getting the shot. And there goes our DEI cameraman again. DEI cameraman! Here we go. There we go. All right. Getting into the vehicle. Donald Trump with his black MAGA hat on. Brand new black MAGA hat. Walt Nauta is the bald guy who is part of the president's team. It's the bald dude who also jumped into the car. But frankly, ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't see, I couldn't make out anybody else other than, you know, Andrea, who's freaking awesome. Like a photographer who's worked with our show before. She's come to Tampa and done photos for us. That's so cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So there we go. All right.
We have received several questions about firefighters traveling to California to assist with wildfires being delayed.
Gotta cut that. Thank you. That's just what it's just what happens. All the feeds, because it's a pool. It's called a pool feed for a reason. Let's go to that, please. It's because it's a pool feed for a reason. Everybody takes a certain number of camera angles. If you were to open up every camera of the world, there'd be 100,000 cameras filming this. So you do a pool feed, and one network puts together a camera pool, and then they all go meh at the same time when they cut the feed. So here's the Dork Force. You saw Air Force One, Marine One. Here's Dork Force One. The scumbags and villains, Illuminati members, who are in Epstein Island clients, Diddy party attendees, who are all waiting for President Trump in the briefing room for the fire station. And this is the fire station. There's a good, nice, crisp feed of that. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, aptly named Karen, who is very much a Karen Bass. Karen Bass, ladies and gentlemen, will be sitting right next to Donald Trump. Goodness. Let's punch in on this and just give everyone a nice crisp view of the room. You might recognize a few people there. Is Adam Schiff there? That would be fun. Everybody at the table, I recognize virtually all of them. Everybody at the table is a sitting member of Congress from California. I don't see any Republicans. I see only low information, very smooth brain Democrats. Some of the dumber members of Congress, honestly, people that we've gotten in big fights on X with. Yeah, I mean they're like no fun. So they're literally the DEI Dems that are sitting here awaiting President Trump. They're all going to kiss his ass. It's going to be so much fun to watch. Every one of these people celebrated when Donald Trump was shot. Every one of these people, there's just monsters. They wanted bad things to happen to Donald Trump. Some of them voted for impeachment. Some of them were given the chance to vote for it. They all voted to impeach Trump. They backed the lawfare against Trump. They did everything they possibly could to bankrupt Trump, put him in prison for the rest of his life. Now they're going to have to get down on their knees and kiss the ring. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be an incredible, it's going to be God's justice, quite frankly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be biblical. So here's what we learned, that the presidential motorcade is just a few blocks away. And that this is a very, very short trip to this firehouse is where they are at right now. And then Donald Trump is going to survey the damage there in Los Angeles. So Karen Bass is going to be seated right beside Donald Trump. Karen Bass, such a Karen. Karen Bass. Somebody who is in Ghana on vacation. Somebody who is a goner politically. You know, what's very interesting about this moment is that Karen Bass is facing a recall. Gavin Newsom has now been approved for a recall. They're going to recall Gavin Newsom again. They've already done it once. They're going to recall Karen Bass again. Oh, here we go. Yep, that's cool. You see the Secret Service. This is a neat shot. You can see here, ladies and gentlemen, our incredible production team is monitoring all feeds. You can see the Secret Service there up on the building. Members of the Secret Service up top. Snipers. Up on the building. Where were you in Butler, pals? Where were you guys in Butler? You can see there the tripod. Could have used you, ladies and gentlemen. Could have used you in Butler. That's all right. We'll take it. Donald Trump survived by the merciful hand of God. Spared a bullet. And ladies and gentlemen, now we await the president at this roundtable, which he'll be entering imminently, to go and smack around a bunch of congressional Democrats. Oh, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing Adam Schiff there. I don't see Adam Schiff yet. It was rumored that Adam Schiff was going to be hitchhiking on Air Force One. That Adam Schiff was going to be on Air Force One. He's going to kind of weasel his little pencil neck a free flight into L.A. and get on Air Force One. But apparently he skipped. All of these people are doomed. They're all doomed. Karen Bass is not going to win her seat again. She was going to get recalled, and there are very, very strong forces out right now to ensure that none of these people keep their jobs. Karen Bass. Karen Bass is somebody who ran from the press. She's run from the press. She didn't know how to read a website. What did she say, ALX? I'm not going to cut away from the shot. Obviously, we have all these clips loaded, but it's like, what did she say? Go to www. That's it. That's what she said. Like, that's what she told everyone. She didn't know websites. Yeah, go to URL. Okay, they're doing a mic check there. Mic check. Karen Bass cut the fire department. Karen Bass did maintenance on the reservoirs, drained them all. It's almost like these Marxists wanted LA to burn down. Drained all the reservoirs. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes in a what is a small contingent, but we'll wait and see when the president comes in. Yeah, he's about to walk in. Ladies and gentlemen, got Reno 911 here, blocking our shot. We do this all day. Just sit here and roast everyone. But here we go. Donald Trump is going to walk in and come face to face with America's worst mayor. I can't believe I'm saying this. Lori Lightfoot has relinquished her crown, and the crown now sits on the head of Karen Bass, who made sure that, that all the reservoirs were dry so that there was no water in the fire hydrants to put out the fires. They did no maintenance on any of their shrubbery or any of their sagebrushes or any of the mountainsides. They didn't do any type of facilitation of anything to mitigate fires. And now Karen Bass, ladies and gentlemen, sits there in shame, facing a recall, and potentially, ladies and gentlemen, losing her job. I mean, imminently, I think. The recall process in California is very swift, and it's very quick. And let me tell you what, if you want to do a signature campaign and get a lot of signatures very fast, this is how you do it. Do a recall for Karen Bass. People hate her. They hate her. Go listen to the residents of LA. She has a approval rating of 40% right now. Woof. Joe Biden was in like the 40s. She was just elected like a year or two ago. Joe Biden had approval ratings in the 30%. And that, of course, you know what that did for Joe Biden. So, ladies and gentlemen, we rock and roll and we await Donald Trump. And that was just so freaking cool to watch him from the back of a helicopter. This is so awesome. So, what say you? I mean, we were talking to Nicole Shanahan. We're obviously not going to cut away from this to go to the clips, but we were talking with Nicole Shanahan. It was crazy today. Nicole Shanahan ran with RFK. She's a California native and lifelong. I think she's also like a billionaire. She's really rich. So like a tech billionaire. And you saw all these tech billionaires who have their companies in California at Donald Trump's inauguration. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Tim Cook, Sundar Pichai of Google. And they're all like at Donald Trump's inauguration, and none of them want any of this woke garbage in their state anymore. They don't want their state to be run by this nightmare contingency of DEI Democrats. So I think there's going to be like major winds of change. Now, Nicole Shanahan was talking about how there's going to be recall efforts for Karen Bass and for Gavin Newsom. And so we await those efforts. And we look forward to, ladies and gentlemen, contributing as much as we possibly can to those efforts. Somebody also who's awesome that lives in California that is hardcore MAGA is a guy named Rick Grenell. You might remember Rick Grenell. He was the ambassador to Germany in Donald Trump's first term and then went to be the director of national intelligence. Rick Grenell's awesome dude. And he runs an organization called like Save California. He's also appointed in Donald Trump's new administration. I don't know exactly to what. Alex, can you remind me of what Rick's got these days? Anyway, the point is that he ran the first recall of Gavin Newsom, and Rick Grenell is completely locked in. He's somebody who lives in California, loves California, and will hopefully engage in saving the state again. Special Missions Envoy is what Rick Grenell is in the new Trump administration. Special Missions Envoy. This is Donald Trump's first day on the trail, out of Washington, D.C. as president. You can see here they have cut away. This is this local Los Angeles news. Yeah, we'll bop on back. Ladies and gentlemen, don't really need to see the weather. I have a feeling that it's not as hot as it used to be. Really sad, and honestly, it makes you like you're just sad for these people. You're run by such incompetence. You really hope against all hope that what happens next is that there is a. It looks like there's some movement there. Okay, no. There's like. That this shakes people, and it's sad that this has to happen. I mean, sometimes this is just the way it is in partisan politics, that there's something so horrible that it shakes people to their core. Kind of like COVID, right? And like people didn't realize the horrors that were visited upon them and the tyrannies of when Democrats get what they want and get a crisis, right? Like every good Marxist, you take a crisis, and then you use that crisis to instill enough fear in people that you can steal their civil liberties. And that's what they did during COVID. And then it was a mask-off moment. And then everyone suddenly saw it. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. And then you get Donald Trump again for 4 years, but like in a landslide. A far more powerful landslide. And so here we have it. We have President Trump. We are awaiting Trump, Gavin Newsom, and Melania Trump. Can you imagine what it smells like in this room? Can you imagine? Yeah. Like mold and farts. Nancy Pelosi's not even there. It would smell like very old martinis made with very dry vodka if Pelosi was in there. And clattering dentures and walkers. Not making fun of Nancy Pelosi. Okay, we are. Where's Pelosi? Where's Adam Schiff? Where are you? Where are all these famous Democrats from California? They're not here. Goodness gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like we have movement. I wonder what they're all going to do. Like all these people like, they didn't shed a single tear when President Trump was shot. They have voted to put Trump in jail, to impeach him, to destroy him in any way possible. Watch all of them stand up at attention and applaud him when he walks in the room. Watch every single one of them is going to jump up and clap like a seal. And then lick the bottom of his boots. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, let's pop on over there. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Just popped on screen. Donald Trump speaking with the fire chief. Speaking with the fire chief right now. Producers, please check to see if there's any if there's any possibility of a pool feed from that camera. We're going to get you everything that we possibly can. We have a lot of access here, ladies and gentlemen. We have, here we go. We have President Trump speaking with the fire chiefs. And it's, there we go. Yep. Yep, a lot of holding screens. Donald Trump, you can see there with the burned down Chevrolet behind him, truck. The iconography here, remarkable. These are fire chiefs. No word as to, yeah, why don't you hop on over there, Klein? Yeah, let's look. Any volume on this? Yeah, we have like a million different feeds going right now, trying to capture the very best. Donald Trump in his war zone shoes, right? He has very specific shoes that he wears when he goes and tours these disaster areas. No tie, Donald Trump. Black MAGA hat. Andrea, there's Andrea. Melania Trump. How does she turn everything into a catwalk? How does she turn just absolutely everything into ravishing high fashion? I don't know. Melania Trump's 60, man. How is that even possible? You can see the badge and the stripes on this man's arm. Perhaps you can hear a little bit of what they're saying, but we can't pick it up right now. This is as close as we can get. There we go. Goodness. You hear like the clanging and banging of like probably some type of refuse. We wish we could zoom in on what Trump is saying. They're not letting the cameras get close enough to pick any of it up. If I hear anything, I'll shut up, or my producers will tell me to.
Next stop is just right down there, and he'll head that way too.
I can't believe that. No way. My producer telling me that Fire Station 69 is where Trump's heading. Incredible. Where'd News Scum go? Where did News Scum go? Okay, well, here we go. Back to the DEI cameraman. Here we go. This must be Nancy. This would be like if you let Nancy Pelosi, after Trump's election, handle your camera. This would be the shot that you would get. Here we go. Producers are grabbing another feed. Here we go. They did the same thing. Yep, they're heading down to Fire Station 69. I kid you not. Fire Station 69. And no, there it goes. Okay, we're hunting for feeds, ladies and gentlemen. Here's what's going on. Fire Station 69. Do you have that? Do you have the? Okay, here we go. We'll go back to Trump touring the devastation as soon as we can get a stable feed. We have like our 4 best producers hunting the entire world right now for stable feeds of Donald Trump. As you can see there, in multiple situations, there's like shaky. The cameras are sort of being yanked and sprinted all over. Now, what is a disaster area, right? Which looks worse than anywhere in Ukraine. I've never seen something in Ukraine look like this. Like, it looks worse than war zones, actually. So there we go. Let's go to that one, please. Yeah, let's go to that one. Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the cameras are getting reset for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is touring the disaster zones in Los Angeles. And this is the Roundtable. This is the DEI, the literal table of DEI, and of people who you would never want at your Thanksgiving or dining room table. Just couldn't think of people. That would be worse. That would smell worse. That would sound worse. Here we go. Here we go. We're back. They got the camera set up. We're back. And Donald Trump being flanked now by the vehicles. That's very interesting. Donald Trump walking with the presidential motorcade behind him. And Gavin Newsom just schlepping. That's Gavin Newsom right there in like the little half zip. Newsom just like schlomping around. Like a loser. Such a loser. Here we go. Notice how Donald Trump doesn't just wander off into the ashes. You can hear some of this. Oh. Oh. Oh, she's beautiful.
This is people in this community. Everyone is lucky to be here. That's where people need help. Listen, this is a community that has a lot of resources, but it's also a very multi-generational community with people that don't have resources to go back. And I think that a lot of people feel that we've been kind of abandoned and let down by local leadership. The fire department's been amazing, but they need more resources. And in order for us to build back, we need better infrastructure. We need to make sure this never happens. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna need small businesses. We're gonna need, frankly, we're gonna need help from you guys.
Oh my God, look at her little girl. I know. Speaking of the language.
I saw the cut. I saw the cut from your face.
Yeah. So sad. Yeah. Please help me change. She comes here and build the life and the house and the family.
This is the second time
nothing and building up and become successful and then suddenly she has nothing done. So we can't afford to breaks my heart. We're working.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's crazy. So beautiful. That's so beautiful. I've never heard Melania Trump like comforting somebody like that. I can't believe we were able to like actually witness that. That's so awesome. I've never seen that before. Melania Trump comforting those who were affected. Was she speaking a different language? Was Melania Trump speaking a different language? It's the highest we can get the audio, ladies and gentlemen. So just crank up your phone. Just crank up your audio as high as you can get it. They've moved the cameras away so that people can have a private conversation. But I've never in my life seen or heard that. Melania Trump was speaking a different language. You know she speaks 7 languages, ALX? 5 or 7. She speaks 5 or 7 languages. Oh. Real president. This is a real president. The black and gold MAGA hat. Ah. Confirmed Melania Trump speaks 6 languages. French, German, Italian, English, Serbian, and Slovenian. It's the best that we can do for audio. I'm so sorry. We have it cranked to its extreme. There's a family standing in front of, according to news reports, this is their house that's burned to the ground, burned to ashes. They're standing in front of their house right now, local residents, and Donald Trump is comforting and spending an unbelievable amount of time with it. It's like, look at this. Have you ever seen, like, Joe Biden would be looking at his watch and wandering off to the ashes to go try and find a pinball machine, Jack. Try and find the applesauce. Look at that. I mean, just Trump locked in, giving these people so much time, so much courtesy, so much love. I want you to notice something very quickly behind him. And producers, if we can hear any of this, just tell me to shut up. I can't really hear any of it. Notice behind President Trump, he has the door open to the car. What that would tell me is that they're waiting for Trump they're trying to tell Trump to, like, hit the road, but we'll see. Donald Trump perhaps speaking to the press here in just a moment. Let's see. I love that Trump is, look at how human he is, making them laugh, giving them gifts. Here Trump comes up to the press.
Not even believable. It's really not believable.
We can hear some of this. I'm straining to hear, ladies and gentlemen. I think these conversations are kept at a distance to be private. So it's heartbreaking. You see the Christmas lights still on the palm trees? It breaks your heart. Christmas lights still on the palm trees. There we go. Move the camera to get a different shot. All right. I'm trying to shut my mouth because you can just barely hear. If you crank up on your device that you're watching, you can barely hear Trump. It's not us. We have it as high as we possibly can get it in the studio. It's just how far they keep it with the cameras away. You could actually be a fly on the wall and listen to Donald Trump and Melania Trump comforting Americans in real time. What a gorgeous and beautiful and wonderful thing to see. I've never seen anything like it. It's so awesome. Melania Trump was speaking a different language to one of the fire victims here. These are people outside of their burned down homes who lost everything, speaking with the president. And the president's taking his sweet time, making all the DEI members of Democrat Congress wait for him as he comforts victims, something they should have been doing. It looks like President Trump's maybe going to greet some firemen here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a feed. I'm sorry. It's the best that we can get. Here we go. Here's the firemen waiting for President Trump. So you can sort of see the behind the scenes here. See the scorched earth around the Pacific Palisades is where Donald Trump is right now. Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, nowhere to be found. Gavin Newsom walking around like a neutered dog on a leash. Trump literally dog walking Gavin Newsom. And you can see the remnants of a chimney. These scorched, burnt to embers, trees, houses, up in smoke. There you go. That's kind of cool, like sort of the roundabout. Our producers are making sure that we don't miss a single second of Donald Trump, but again, these are called pool feeds. They only let a very, very few, limited number of cameramen in, and then they move them about, right? So it's not like the cameramen are allowed to just do whatever they want. They get moved places and shoved along, right? And that's to protect Donald Trump and his privacy and the privacy of the victims. Here comes Donald Trump and Melania after taking, at least the last 25 minutes to comfort disaster victims. And you were able to watch it live. You were able to listen to them. The care and the concern. Trump had some of them laughing. And then you heard Donald Trump ask about a church. I heard it clear as a bell. President Trump saying, how did your church do? Is your church burned down? Crazy. So awesome. You can see there the fireplace, the only thing left standing. Okay, here comes Donald Trump talking to a contingency of local firefighters.
Task Force 69, team,
Nice. So awesome. So cool.
2.
Trump and Melania. Trump taking his time going in, chatting and patting on the back. Melania flawless. Perhaps we can hear a little bit here. Trump making him laugh. I heard Trump say there, you saved the firehouse. Ladies and gentlemen, where Donald Trump is about to speak is the firehouse. He has a roundtable waiting for him inside of the firehouse, where President Trump is about to speak. Notice Gavin Newsom isn't meeting any of these individuals. Pelosi ain't there. Adam Schiff ain't there. Look at Donald Trump doing their jobs for them.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Here we go.
So you saved your firehouse. It's not going to go fast. It's already going fast. Let's see what's happening. A lot of people.
Crank up your volume, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear what Trump's saying.
Welcome back, sir. We miss you. Thank you, sir.
Wow.
Sir, we're going to take a group photo.
Okay.
I'd like you to quick.
Did you hear that? Welcome back, sir. We miss you. The fire department says, welcome back, sir. We miss you. From the Los Angeles Fire Department. Way to go.
Two other people on the sides of me.
All right, you guys come this way, angle it.
I love this transparency.
All right, right there.
We're going to be right over here, sir.
All feeds are glitching. We apologize. We're going to work on it. We got it. We got you.
Back just a little bit right there.
Okay, we got you. Donald Trump will be speaking momentarily and taking questions from the press. It's not you, ladies and gentlemen. It's not you. Every feed just kind of looks like this right now. We apologize. We're getting you the best that we possibly can. Hold on. There you go. Hold on. There you go. Thank you. It's cleared up and stabilized for us. It's just how it goes when you're live.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
They gave Trump a helmet. Look at that.
Is this an actual?
Yes, sir.
That's a heavy sucker. They're heavy. You know that? All strong men. Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Right here, sir. We're going to take a picture. Right here. Right here. Excellent.
Wow.
Okay, and we're going to do it in 3.
47.
2,
47.
1, right here. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Well, we won't let you down, fellas. Sir, thank you, sir. I'll do it, Roger. You know, you want to do, I will do it. You want to do real fast with more than one.
We won't let you down, fellas.
You want to do it? That's what you don't want to do with these guys. You want to single. Let's pick a location. How about by the truck? And you line up, and we'll just do, where's my guy? Let's get, he's great. Dan, we're going to go real fast. We'll do singles.
All right, sir.
Get everybody up to the... Line up here for me, guys. Line over here.
Everybody gets a single picture.
What you are watching here right now is incredible. These firefighters who have been attacked, maligned, sabotaged for being white males, who have been bigoted against, racistly targeted for being white males. Ladies and gentlemen, find me another feed. Find me a feed of Trump doing the clicks, is what they call them. This is inside of the firehouse, so that's outside. I want to go outside. Oh, they're all black. All right. Hold on. We'll get it here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get it. We'll get it. Everything blacked out. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Okay, well let's just bop here as we chat through it. They're all black screens, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, they're holding screens. This is incredible. I want to talk about the firemen. These firemen have been so attacked, so maligned, so bigoted against, and so targeted by the DEI policies. Yet they showed up They broke their necks and worked day and night. And President Trump's the only man who gives them any credit. He makes them laugh. They all said, we missed you so badly. And then Donald Trump, who doesn't have to do this, who's literally has the weight of the universe on his shoulders and has a 3-hour flight back to Washington, D.C. tonight, and has just had probably the most exhausting week of anyone's life ever, any man's life ever on Earth. Donald Trump says, why don't we take individual photos so you all get an individual photo with me? And he's taking them to individual photos. Now, I'd love to show you those. There is no feed available. What happens here is Trump's team moves everyone inside and says, well, this is going to be something private. President Trump, they make the decision that President Trump wants to talk to the firefighters one-on-one. How incredible is that? That Donald Trump wants to speak, he wants to give the gift of a solo photo with Trump so that every one of these firefighters gets an individual photo with Trump, which is just way cooler than a group photo. I mean, just put yourself in their shoes. And then put yourself in their shoes in this capacity. Imagine having an entire fire department based around hiring people who aren't white, who like, the entire hiring department is based on who you have sex with and what your skin color is. And let me just tell you, they're not looking for white males. So they've been racistly bigoted against these guys. And I'm not saying, I have all the articles to back this up. This isn't even a far stretch. Perhaps in a different era, it would have been like a crazy thing to say. I literally have all of the articles to back this up. There's an article from the AP that says California firefighters are too white and too male, and the state's doing something about that problem. They called it a problem. And what does Trump do? He goes in, he makes them all laugh, he has them all rolling, he celebrates with them, they give him a 47 helmet. Some of the things you could hear is Trump making a joke. Well, I'm glad you saved your fire department. I mean, come on, it's like gallows humor, but it's great. And then Donald Trump gets the gift from them and says, I'm going to give you a gift. I'm going to give you a solo photo with Donald Trump. Would you, if you had a chance to get a photo with Donald Trump, would you prefer a big group photo where you're like 20 people away from him, or a solo photo, an individual photo of you smiling with the president doing a thumbs up? Of course you're going to take the solo photo. Donald Trump knows that, and he's just such a G. This is where Donald Trump's going to be speaking in a moment, and he's making these Democrats crap their pants. I love how they've all been waiting now for hours. This feed's been going for hours. All these Democrats, Trump's making them wait, making them sweat. Every one of them in there, like every one of them wishing that they were wearing the Joe Biden adult Depends diapers. Pissing themselves. And Trump's just making them wait. I love it. I love it. Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh, sorry, I was doing your job. Consoling the victims and cheering up the firefighters. That we go, oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something else scheduled? I was just speaking with the people who had their entire lives torched to embers because of your dumbass DEI policies. Oh, did I bother you? Oh, did you not get a chance to get Chinese takeout tonight? Okay. So Trump is walking in soon, my producers are telling me. And the reason why is because every feed has now gone to this. Every feed has gone to this. Now, where are we? We're in Fire Station 69. What is Gavin Newsom doing? He's doing 420. Blaze it. Gavin Newsom's out back, like lighting up the biggest doobie ever. Trying to get high off his ass because he cannot believe the ass kicking he's about to take here on live national TV. Trust me, Donald Trump has saved his fire, for lack of a better term, for right now. As you see the camera zoom in, as you see the mics get tested, watch every single one of these little goblins, every single one of these little orcs stand up, whimper, and beg for Donald Trump's forgiveness as they lick his boots. Oh, it's like a humiliation ritual. And that's big in the Illuminati and inside of the Hollywood culture. So, you know, they're probably into it. These sickos. I'm not sure which door President Trump's going to enter, but you can see here that red swinging fire door. You see fire door. This is Fire Station 69, of course. You can see it right there on the door. Not a joke. Not a joke. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we await, I assume, since everybody is sitting up straight now, ready to get their lashings from President Trump, I assume he's going to walk in through the red door right there in the corner. All feeds have now locked in here. This is Fire Station 69. Get prepared for a very, very hard spanking from Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been witnessing something pretty remarkable. We witnessed Donald Trump make all of these DC goblins wait and sit in their own failure as he comforted live on camera, which is so awesome that we were able to see that. Live on camera, and a huge shout out to our producers. Can we go to that? Can we go to that one? Yeah, show me that. You can see here a close-up. A zoom in on the presidential seal. You have the presidential seal there. Well, why not? We just change it up a little bit, show you a different angle. The old zoom in on the presidential seal, where the president will be presently. We watched Donald Trump comfort the families. Do better than Gavin Newsom's done. We've watched a lot of clips of Gavin Newsom in the aftermath of this. Gavin Newsom blamed the locals, even though he's the governor. Gavin Newsom then lied to victims of the fire, said he was on the phone with Joe Biden, and then ran away. Scum. Okay, it looks like we have an imminent walk-in here. And then Gavin Newsom. It's got to be this red door where they come on in because there's all these people frittering and frettering in and out. You can see a lady Ghostbuster over there, Secret Service. I thought they shut down all the DEI offices. Saw Donald Trump do live comforting with Melania Trump. This is so cool. So much better access than we had today, like in North Carolina, where things like moved along very, very quickly and in a very, sort of like locked in efficiency. Oh, so there's Andrea Hanks. It's so great to know all these people. The blonde right there with the cameras is Andrea Hanks. Andrea Hanks is the president's official photographer. If she's in the building, that means Donald Trump's in the building. And so she's here scoping out where is going to be the best shot for Donald Trump. And here we go, the zoom in on Andrea. She's so cool. She's so awesome. We freaking love her. She takes the photos for my kids. She takes our family photos. She flies down to Tampa. We know her. We love her. You can follow her on social media. She's great, man. She's great. I could not recommend it enough. See some very cool behind-the-scenes stuff for President Trump. But ladies and gentlemen, if she's in the building, then you know that Trump is not far behind. President Trump taking individual photos right now with the firemen. If you're just joining our feed, this is, of course, live. And Donald Trump is taking individual one-on-one photographs with the firemen because he's such a G. Because he's such a freaking awesome dude. And giving these firefighters who've risked their lives in the face of all of the hatred, the face of all the racist, bigoted hatred against them. Firefighters are too white and too male. Oh, and there's Susie Wiles. Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff. You can see her poke her head out the door. It's kind of a fun camera angle because they're like getting in on the... Oh, and there's Gonzalez. They have a fire jacket hanging there. You've seen Donald Trump with a Corey Compertore's fire jacket. during his RNC speech. There's Rick Grenell. We were just talking about Rick Grenell. We were saying Rick Grenell's the man who is he's like the head Republican in California. He's not elected to anything. He's been appointed by Donald Trump. And he is in charge of this massive pack to save California, to swing California to the right. This is why California got rid of their voter ID laws. This is something that Donald Trump said earlier today, that he's going to demand that California bring back voter ID. So it's actually going to be contingent on aid, federal government aid, if California must bring back voter ID and have fair elections, is what Donald Trump said. What an alpha move. Trump's on another level, man. Just on another level. Fire Station 69. Ooh, boy. Tell you what, man. Nice. Yeah, these Democrats are going to get schlonged, in the words of Donald Trump. They got schlonged. That's what Donald Trump said about Hillary Clinton. He said Barack Obama schlonged Hillary Clinton, and not Jennifer Aniston, which would be very timely, actually, right now for the news cycle. Jennifer Aniston, Barack Obama. Oh, no. All the hot, spicy rumors. Megyn Kelly covered it. Meghan McCain talked about it. I mean, that's prescient because Meghan McCain's father ran against Barack Obama, in a unrecognizable Republican Party that I do not ever want back, obviously. Spent the better part of the last 15 years making sure that Republican Party that would nominate John McCain will never exist again. You can see there Susie Wiles, the chief of staff for the White House. You can see kind of her gray hair. She's called the Ice Queen. You can see her right there. She's the Ice Queen, the Iron Maiden of the White House. She's apparently a brick wall upon which all of the drama and all of the sad backbiting and Trump hatred, ladies and gentlemen, inside of the first administration, that will all be bashed against Susie Wiles, who's great. Trump's attorney is also there. You can see Trump's attorney, Will Scharf, there. Ladies and gentlemen, so he brought the A-team, that's for sure. The reason why they're there, I mean, obviously when you have a 3-hour plane flight with the president, you got to get some work done. So this is what's going on. Plenty of work getting done on Air Force One. It's actually just a massive traveling office. It's Air Force One, right? It's massive. You have an entire Oval Office, right, built into Air Force One for the president to work at. So he's going to bring his entire team, and they can get work done, man. This is the dude who's been writing and delivering all the executive orders. You might recognize him from the White House. He's been Donald Trump's personal attorney, and he is a sharp as attack. Sharp as attack. Attack, ladies and gentlemen. What will Donald Trump attack? Will he call Gavin Newsom scum to his face? We look forward to it. We hope it happens. We pray for it. We went to bed dreaming about it, actually. And nothing would make us happier on this earth, actually, than for that to happen. We see the door cracking open, and we hope, ladies and gentlemen, that President Trump emerges. We know that he will. We have President Trump's photographer and chief of staff standing right there by the door. So Donald Trump must be finishing taking photographs with every single fireman. Again, if you're just joining us, the delay for all of these DC swamp rat scum lizard people is that Donald Trump is doing what they should have been doing. He's taking clicks, is what they call them. Clicks with all of the firemen. One-on-one photos with all the firemen to give them a gift. I think that's so awesome that Rick Grenell is sitting right there. And you see Karen Bass's dumbass sitting there too. She's in the purple, the little jumpsuit there. You can see her all the way far on the left-hand side of the screen. She is the DEI mayor who cut the fire department budget, who refused to give the fire department the resources they need, who attacked all of the meritocracy in the city replaced it with the dumpster fire that it is, and ensured that there was no water in the fire hydrants. There are literally third world nations that can put water in fire hydrants. So LA is actually functioning at less than a third world nation. Why? Because Karen Bass let them drain all the reservoirs during high fire season. Oh, and where was Karen Bass? In a third world nation. She was in Ghana on a vacation. Now she's a political, she might have been in Ghana, but now she's a political goner because there's going to be a recall effort against her. That was announced yesterday on our program by Nicole Shanahan. Nicole Shanahan ran for vice president with RFK Jr. She is an independent. She left the Democrat Party. She wants to take back California. And she's planning on doing just that. Will she run for governor? We'll see. Will Rick Grenell run for governor? We'll see. Rick Grenell currently serves in the Trump cabinet as a special envoy. He was the director of national intelligence for President Trump and also the ambassador to Germany. Pretty dope. There's also a surfboard there in the shot. And I hope President Trump goes surfing. I'm sure we could get some AIs of that. Okay, here we go. Looks like some more action there. From the doors? Nope, nada. All the feeds are locked in right here. All the feeds are locked in and ready to go here. So Donald Trump imminently, ladies and gentlemen, from the firehouse. Letting her rip, letting her burn with a barn burner, as we often say. I do think it's funny that these stodgy, cretin, swamp rat, lizard people, the vast majority of people at this table, if you don't recognize them, they're all members of Congress from California, big-time Democrats. California has 54 seats. It's a lot. 54 seats. Here we go. Here comes Donald Trump. There you go. Watch them all stand up. And they all go. There you go. And they all go. Great to have a president just like knows where he's going. How many times do you see Joe Biden? Somebody has to be like, no, over here. Over here. Donald Trump actually knows where he's going. Sweet. Nice. That is the firemen, ladies and gentlemen. The firemen doing almost a protest chant against all of the Democrats there. There's a man you might recognize. His name's Darrell Issa. He's a member of Congress. Okay. Going to switch it up here so we can see President Trump's face and what he's saying. There we go. Yep. Audio sounds good to me, although, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot hear what Trump is saying right now because there's no mics, obviously, available on President Trump's person. Donald Trump will be speaking on the mic soon from this roundtable. What you're seeing at the table, here are members of Congress, Democrat, predominantly Democrat, although, again, Darrell Issa is a Republican member of Congress. You also have Rick Grenell at the table, too. This ding-dong. The guy's name is Brad Sherman. And this is, of course, disgraced Mayor Karen Bass. Looking rough. Yikes. Woof. Buzz, your girlfriend. Yikes.
Well, thank you very much.
Wokeness is ugly. Here we go.
It's an honor to be with you. Unfortunately, it's a very sad period, but what makes you feel good is I met so many of the homeowners, and every one of them, a lot of them, and every one of them said to me they want to rebuild. I said, will you go elsewhere? No, 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 no. It wasn't even like a question. They love the area. They love the people. It's like a family. It's incredible, actually, when you see some things like that. We just left North Carolina, and we had just a similar type of disaster. It was water instead of fire, but boy, that water did damage like I've never seen before. And then you come here and you see this. But the people are so amazing, and your fire department was so beautiful. Every one of us in perfect physical shape. I said, what do you guys do? They have very high standards, I can tell you. And we took pictures with all of them, but very nicely they gave us a little helmet. And I said, you wear this, huh? Is this real? And they said, yeah. I said, it's awfully heavy. You have to be very strong to wear that. But that's the original, right? So it's pretty good. But I just want to thank everybody. We're going to be with you. Your governor met us at the plane. And we're going to be with you. Your governor met us at the plane. And we had a good talk, very, very positive talk. We have to work together to get this really worked out. I don't think you can realize how rough it is, how devastating it is until you see it. I didn't realize, I mean, I saw a lot of bad things on television, but the extent of it, the size of it, we flew over it in a helicopter. We flew to a few of the areas, and it is devastation. It's incredible. It's really an incineration. Even some of the chimneys came down, okay? When you have the chimneys come down, you know that's pretty hot stuff, and a lot of them were down. That was a bad sign, too. But I just want to commiserate, and we're going to celebrate. We'll be back to celebrate one day soon, I hope soon. The federal government standing behind you, 100%. The First Lady and I are in California to express a great love for the people of California. I've had great support always in California. We did very well recently, as you know, relatively speaking, at least I can say. And it's been amazing. I have property in California, not too far away, actually, right up the road in Palos Verdes, a big property. And I've always loved it. I've always loved being here. But we have to grieve for the 28 Californians who have tragically perished. And sadly, you're going to be finding more. And that's going to be very sad, because I know people are missing. And when you look at that kind of incineration, you know what's going to happen. You're going to find some more. But with all that we've gone through, I watched your firefighters, and they were really fighting at a big disadvantage. I got to know a lot of them just now, and they're incredible people. They were so happy. They were saying, congratulations, sir. You know, they're thinking about country maybe even before this location that they all love. But I'm pleased to be joined by many of the great California leaders, both Democrat and Republican. And it's an honor to meet some of you I didn't know, but I know every one of you by name. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. Thank you, Catherine, very much. Mayor Karen Bass. Thank you, Karen. It's nice to meet you. Representatives Jay Obernolte. Where's Jay? Jay, hi, Jay. It's been a tough period, Jay, right? Vince Fong, Kevin Kiley, Vince and Kevin, hi. Hi, Vince. A man I know very well. I know him too well, actually. And I say that actually with love, because he's actually been a great congressman for a long time, and he's a great leader, and he loves the area as much as anybody, right, Daryl? So Daryl Issa, young Kim, congratulations on an excellent career. I appreciate it. Another one I know pretty well is, to put it mildly, is Tom McClintock, and he's been with us for a long time. We have some interesting things going on in Washington. And it's an honor that you guys are here. Thank you, Daryl, very much, Tom. George Whitesides. Good, George. Thanks. It's a great name, too, by the way. Brad Sherman. Oh, I know Brad well. I know Brad, but that's all right. We're on the same side of this one. I know that. We'll work together, Brad, very well. A lot of respect. And Presidential Envoy Rick Grinnell, who's done a fantastic job for me over the years. He was ambassador to Germany, and he was fantastic. So 2.5 weeks ago, over 100-mile-an-hour winds transformed the Palisades fire and other areas, too, into absolute infernos of death and destruction. And this is already the most expensive natural disaster, they say, in American history. That's pretty amazing. The numbers are going to be staggering. Most importantly, we have to get it built, and we have to hopefully find as few people as possible. We have already too many, 28 at least, they say. We're going to work very hard with the mayor, the governor, the supervisor, and everybody, and get the resources behind you. We have some amazing people, and we have some amazing fighters for things like this. I also had the concept of getting some of the best developers in the country. I've had so many calls from developers, and they want to come in. They don't want anything. They just want to come in and help, and they really know how to get things done and get things built. I would ask that the local officials, because we're going to waive essentially waive all federal permits. We're going to have you go very quickly, because a federal permit can take 10 years. We're not going to do that. We don't want to take 10 days. I would. So we're declaring this a national emergency. By doing that, I can give you immediate permits. I'd ask that the local permitting process be the same. Some of the people were saying they're going to be forced to wait 18 months for their permits, and I don't think you're going to do that. I can't imagine that. So they are literally in a position right now they'd like to start tonight, and they'll clean their site, they'll do everything. They just want to start, and they were very concerned with the 18 months. So I'm sure you can get it down to, I would say, not even 18 days. They are ready, Mayor. They are ready to start. I met so many of them. The fire took place. It's nice and cool there now, and they want to start taking the debris. They want to take the debris. They want to do everything. They'll get rid of everything. They're going to do it by their own hand. And you're going to see some amazing things happen. So we're waiving the federal permits. Either waive them or give them to you so rapidly it's going to be essentially the same thing, but we're going to try and just waive them, and we'll rely on the local. But the local, I hope, is going to do the same exact thing. They're literally ready to start right away tonight. So if you could do almost the same thing or the same thing would be great. For a building permit, you're going to have to, check things out a little bit. A lot of them, every single one of them said they're going to rebuild. I didn't have one person say they're selling or they're leaving or they're disgusted. They love their community, and it's incredible. We even had one from your neck of the woods, right? Yeah. Do you want to stand up? It was so nice the way she greeted my wife in a very different language, right? And it was very nice to see. And you're staying, and you're going to rebuild, and everything else. Yeah, everybody. So it's really great. So I'm signing an executive order to open up the pumps and valves in the north. We want to get that water pouring down here as quickly as possible and let hundreds of millions of gallons of water flow down into Southern California. And that'll be a big benefit to you. If you don't want it, you're going to tell me, but I can't imagine it. I tell you who does like it is the fire department. When I said that, they were very happy with that. They didn't mind hearing that. But we have a lot of water that is available, and I hope you can work that out among yourselves. But I think this will show that we have to have that water. We have to have that water. You're talking about unlimited water coming up from the Pacific Northwest, even coming up from parts of Canada. and it pours down naturally. It has for a million years. For a million years, it pours down. You'll never run out. You'll never have shortages, and you won't have things like this. And when you do, you'll have a lot of water to put it out. So I'm going to ask that you figure that out. But I really strongly recommended this 7 years ago, and I think I'm going to just do it. If you have big problems, you're going to let me know, but I just can't even imagine it. But we're also surging federal resources and assistance to the state, and California must adopt the common sense policies to prevent fires. And we all know that. You know, we were talking 7 or 8 years ago, I was talking to people from Austria, people from Finland, people that live in forests. One of the gentlemen, one of the top great leaders of Austria, said, we don't have forest fires, and we have trees that are actually far more flammable than they have in California. But they literally rake their forests. They take down, if a tree comes down, they take it down. They say you have 18 months. After that, it's like a matchstick. And I know environmentally, some environmental groups like the trees to just melt into the ground, but when they do melt into the ground, they become an inferno. So I think you're going to have to change your ways in terms of that. You have 30 years of leaves, and those leaves are dry as a bone, and they burn. You know, interestingly, because I was at Paradise, who's the general, right? A long time ago, I was at Paradise. What a beautiful paradise it was. And how is it doing, by the way? Are they rebuilding, right? Remember when he said, you were up here, President. I went there. I never saw anything like it. But you know what amazed me? I'll never forget it. The trees were okay because the trees are loaded with water. They sucked that water out of the ground. And this was an inferno, just like, I would say no different than this. And it was also the wind that caused a lot of problem. I mean, you had tremendous winds that there's not a lot you're going to do with. You had up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's unheard of. But when I was in Paradise, I noticed that the trees, they were dark on the bottom, but they were absolutely living, and they lived because they're soaking wet. But the trees that were on the ground, within 12 to 18 months, they say 18 months at a maximum, you have to cut them up, take them away because they're matchsticks. But we saw that. You saw that with me. I commented at the time. I said, look at this. The house is burned down, and the tree is standing, and it's, other than being a little different color on the bottom, and it went through an inferno. It's amazing. It's soaking wet. So I think they have to do it. It's called management of the floor. And when the gentleman from Austria and also Finland and other countries, they said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully, and we don't have forest fires. You know, they just don't have them. So I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. So there can be no golden age without the Golden State. It's a great state. It's a fantastic place, and we're going to have a big celebration soon. We're going to come back, and we'll come back as much as you need, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to open the coffers. You know, America wants us to be taken care of. This was a horrible thing to watch, and the way it just kept going and going, and then they'd find another area. It was like a genius. On the other side, the fire was a genius, the way it kept moving, but we're not going to stand for it. I just met with the Olympic people, and they're all set to do a real job. So we have the Olympics, and I got them. You know, it was very interesting. I made the deal with the Olympics. I was called by your former mayor, and he said, would you call the Olympics? Because I must tell you, the Democrats, as you know, were not calling. They wouldn't do it. There was a bad experience somehow. And I did, and I got along great with the Olympic Committee, and we got the Olympics, and then we got you the World Cup. That one I focused on with Gianni. Gianni was great, the head of it, and so you have that coming. And then we have the 250 years coming up, which is going to be a great celebration. But I'll never forget when I got the Olympics, and then I was president when I got them. I said, oh boy, it's too bad I won't be president. Who knew this was going to happen, right? I said, I won't be president because it would have been the 4 years. And in fact, I'd be retired by 4 days right now, I guess, right? So anyway, so I got him, and at least I'll be able to celebrate the Olympics, the World Cup, and the 250 years is going to be a very big deal. So We have the 3 biggest there are, and it was an honor to get. If you have any questions, please let me know. And if you have a statement to make, I'd love to have politically, if you'd like to make a statement. Brad, go ahead.
Mr. President?
Oh, okay, I'll do
Mr. President, thank you
Sure,
for coming
thank you, Brett.
to the 32nd Congressional District and
Thank you.
making most people don't have adequate insurance because they couldn't get it. So one company dropped 1,600 policies just in the last 6 months. We've got 16 times as much property damage here as from Hawaii. And I'm hoping that we get at least 16 times the federal appropriation for the CDBG program that helps people rebuild. And I know you've talked about policies of California that you're not a fan of, but I've been in Congress for 28 years. I really disagree with Louisiana on their abortion policy. I disagree with them on their campaign finance policy. I disagree with North Dakota on their gun policy. And I would never turn to somebody from Louisiana and say, you keep living on your cousin's couch, because we're not going to help you rebuild until Louisiana agrees with me on a woman's right to choose. So I'm hoping that we can get these funds and that we don't punish individuals for the policies of their state. You can disagree with them, and I think you've got some ideas. I look forward to us listening. Also on tariffs, I often agree with you on tariffs, but how about no tariffs on building materials for the next 3 years?
We'll take a look at that, actually.
Mr. President.
Mayor, please.
Yes. First of all, let me just take the opportunity to officially welcome you to Los Angeles. Really appreciate you coming, and especially you come just a few days after your inauguration. So I want you to know that your presence here is very much appreciated. Let me also say that I know you had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again. You mentioned a couple of things in terms of us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape, we could get people back building as fast as possible, and we're going to continue doing that.
Yeah, the one thing is they are saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No, that will not be the case.
Okay, I just hope you're right.
You can hold me to it.
4 groups said that.
No.
That would be they should be able to do it. They should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care to make sure that there's not getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of a process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help.
You've got it, I told you. You will have no permit problem. There will be 0 delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resources.
I am more worried because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly. And they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste, what's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu.
Completely
and
destroyed.
I represent the areas of Altadena and Pasadena.
Yes.
That's the Eaton fire. And there is a world of hurt there. I know that you've gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation, but it's apocalyptic in Altadena. And thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barger in working to help people get back to normal and to rebuild. But right now they have nothing. And there have been 9,500 structures burned. Most of the deaths have occurred in our area with the Eaton fire. And thousands of people are without homes. And these are working people. These are working class people. They are people like Dr. Jackie Jacobs, who was an educator all her life and then
finally became the first black administrator of her educational institution, Pasadena City College, and then retired, now 88 years old, and then her home of 30 years burned in Altadena.
Yeah.
She has nothing. She left with only the clothes on her back. She has nothing. And so they need this help. And I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena, and that you can come there and see how terrible the devastation has been there so that they can get the help that they need.
Just remember one thing, and I like the way you express yourself beautifully, actually, but I've only been here 3 days, and I'll do a great job. But we had another president, and this took place during the life of another president, not me. But I'm going to be the president that's going to help you fix it, because he would not have been able to help you fix it, okay? So we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it, and we'll work closely. Yeah, we'll work closely, and I know your community was really devastated, incredibly, so we understand that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm just going to follow up, Supervisor
Yes, please, go ahead.
Katzenberger, and I also
What a
represent
freaking king.
Altadena, and what I tell people is, people of Altadena are the exact people you talked to when you were running. You've got individuals from every walk of life, and it is actually, at one time was the only place African Americans could purchase homes. It was redlined. And so you've got a lot of generational wealth there. And one of the commitments I've made, and we've had meetings with some of your people in HUD that you've got there now, to work with them and work with your administration to see how we can help. And I've been pleasantly surprised. I know on HUD we've got some asks that we are going to be working with you on. But more importantly, I just really want to emphasize what Congresswoman Chu said, and that is that these are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AME church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty in making ends meet. You understand the high cost of living. And now their biggest fear is that that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, you talk about 18 months, I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job. Because we are an all hands on deck. And quite frankly, if the bureaucracy can't get out of the way, we'll just roll over it. And we've said that, and we've made it clear. The governor's waived CEQA, which I feel should be completely reformed, if not eliminated. And if it's being eliminated for this...
How are they doing with CEQA?
How are they doing
How
with
is it? What's been the attitude of the people running that whole situation?
It adds sometimes years on to an application.
Can't do it. Can't.
No, and the governor's...
And Coastal Commission also.
He waived that.
We're going to have to override the Coastal Commission, because
Right.
I've dealt with the Coastal Commission for a long time, and they are considered the most difficult in the entire country. And we cannot have them play their games and wait 10 years to give somebody a permit. In fact, I'm going to override the Coastal Commission. I'm not going to let them get away with their antics.
Well,
okay. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your leadership on California water policy. You made it a priority from day one. For those of us in the Central Valley and Northern California, we have catastrophic wildfires as well. California is a wildfire-prone area, so ensuring reliable, stable water supplies is critical. And so your leadership, your executive order, moving more water, maximizing flows throughout the state of California, building more water storage, more conveyance, coordinating the...
It would have a great impact on, I know your area very well. It would have an unbelievable impact on your area.
Absolutely. We just want to thank you for making it a priority.
You know, even beyond the fire stuff, the farms. I was driving up with congressmen a few years ago because they were complaining they had no water. And I was driving up, and you'll see all of this incredible land, but it's absolutely bone dry. And then you'll see little green patches, and the green patches are so beautiful. You know, they have that land, they say it's as good as Iowa farmland, but it has no water. and it's artificial, has no water. They send the water out into the Pacific Ocean. And when we let that water come through your valleys and down to Los Angeles and everything, you're going to have a different place. It's going to be a whole different place. And you guys have to get together and say, gee, we want it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So at least you said that, and I appreciate it. Because your farmers will be able to, instead of having 1 acre out of 100, which is all they have, they'll be able to have 100 acres out of 100. And it's among the best, they say it's the best farmland just about in the country, as good as any place there is. So, but you can't, it's no good without water. So that's beyond the fire stuff. But today we're talking about fire, but it's good for everything. So I hope you can lead a group. And Daryl, if you can lead a group, I know how you feel. And, you know, support what I'm doing, because what I'm doing, I guess, is controversial. I don't know what's controversial about sending millions and millions of gallons of beautiful fresh water from the Pacific Northwest and further up than even that into an area that's bone dry. We have to, you know, I have a house in Beverly Hills, and you get notices every once in a while. They want you to go down to 38 gallons per person or something, per house, per person. I say, you mean you can only have, 38 gallons sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. And they want to do that every once in a while, and you just think it's ridiculous. When you have like just about as much water as anybody in the country, and we shouldn't be in a position where you have tumbleweed that's dry as a bone, that even tumbleweed can be nice and green and rich and loaded up with water, and it's not going to burn. You don't even have to remove it. It's not going to burn, but it's just dry. So I hope you can all get together and say, I'm so happy with the water that's going to be flowing down, because I just don't see anything. They talk about the Delta smelt, which is a fish that's this big, but it is really not, doesn't have to be protected because it's in other areas. It's in numerous other areas. So it doesn't have to be protected. The people of California have to be protected.
Mr. President. Mr. President, could I just speak for a moment?
Kevin Kiley, California.
Yes.
First of all, you're absolutely right about the Coastal Commission. I've introduced legislation to rein them in. We've been talking with Rick about this.
They're out of control.
Absolutely out of control. It's insane the things they've been getting away with.
I think they thrive on it, actually, if you want to know the truth. It's so ridiculous.
That's right. They even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets.
It's true.
But you mentioned your predecessor and how he didn't fix the situation, which is absolutely right. Not only that, during the Calder Fire, which was a few years ago, which was in my district, 600 people lost their homes in a town called Grizzly Flat. He came and he promised that he would help them out, but he broke that promise many times. He never delivered them the individual assistance they were asking for. So this has underscored for me the importance of helping the victims, making sure in this situation, in every fire, we get money to the victims, and we make sure that nothing stands in the way of that. But I just want to thank you for your focus on bringing sanity to California, water and fire policy. There's no place that needs a revolution in common sense quite like California.
You have so much water. Use it and be happy about it.
Mr. President,
be happy.
Mr. President, my name is Joel Pollack, and I am a journalist with Breitbart News, but I happen to live in the Pacific Palisades, as do other colleagues. One colleague, John Kahn, wrote the song Fighter, which you played at your campaign rallies. He lost his house and the studio he wrote that song in. We were lucky because I was able to fight the fire on my fence. But when I got to my house, there was no water in the pipes. So I got inside and I picked up the flower vases, because I give my wife flowers every week, and there was water there, and we started with that. Then I found my son's bucket of baseballs, and I dumped the baseballs on the ground, and I used the bucket. But there was still no water, except for the water in the gutter coming from the burnt homes uphill. So I went to and fro to my gutter and my fence with my bucket. 2 guys showed up in a truck, 2 neighbors. We found 2 more buckets, bucket after bucket after bucket. Many of my neighbors, including some here, tried to fight the fires. They couldn't. We were lucky our house was saved. But we should not have to rely on buckets to put out a fire.
That's right.
You can't stop an 80-mile-per-hour wind or 100-mile-per-hour wind, but there were many things that went wrong here that are basic and small. We did not have traffic police to guide the evacuation, so there was gridlock on Sunset. They've removed the vehicles now, but there were dozens of vehicles that were abandoned by drivers who fled for their lives because there were no traffic cops available. The fire department wasn't pre-deployed, even though there was an extreme wind event coming. And many of my neighbors lost their fire insurance in the days before the blaze. So I asked my neighbors, what would they want to know if I could ask the president a question? And the number one thing was insurance. Can you work with the insurance companies to get people back to where they were before they lost the coverage because of California's regulations? And can you make California change its rules so that when we build again, we can get fire insurance and we don't have to worry? And there's one other point I want to make. I really appreciate my congressman advocating for money. We need the money from the federal government. But I also understand Americans who are tired of spending money on California and disasters happen, and the California government passes $50 million to oppose your policies. So they have $50 million for that, but not for moving people into rental homes or helping people relocate or rebuild. I would like to ask you to follow the 9/11 Commission precedent and appoint a special master to watch the money, to make sure that every federal dollar that gets spent here is spent on fire relief and rebuilding and not on everything else.
Good idea. Here's a good one right over here. I don't know if you, do we all like
He's
Rick?
very
He
busy.
was ambassador to Germany. He was fantastic. Angela Merkel's happiest day ever in her history, and she had a long history, was the day I removed him from there and put him in charge of a very high level of intelligence and intelligent people, but they were not intelligent enough to fool him. But Rick Grinnell has been fantastic, and he lives here, and I don't know if you want to either think about it or recommend some people, or get together and recommend some people as a group, which is fine. But Rick would be somebody that I would certainly consider. And Breitbart is fantastic, by the way. Congratulations on that. And I was so impressed with the firefighters I met before. And they said that, you know, I asked them how many of the pumps, how many of the hydrants were working. And it was a, you know, large percentage of them were not working at all. They had no water. And the ones that did have water didn't have a lot of pressure. And one of the things that was missing, many of you have sprinklers over your living room and your bathroom and your kitchen. I mean, if those sprinklers worked with some pressure, you would have had a much different outcome. So we're going to work on that. I think in terms of that, Rick Grinnell would be good, or Rick, you'll head up a group of people that would recommend a few people to me, maybe a commission, set up a commission. I like it because we're talking about a lot of money. The other one is Kelly Loeffler is now the head of small business, and small business is big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. We call it the Small Business Administration, and she's a cabinet member, full cabinet member. She's fantastic. Her husband is the head of the New York Stock Exchange, so they know something about money, and other exchanges actually. Fantastic people, and she wants to come here almost immediately after she gets approved. She wants to come here and open up small business to the area, because they have a lot of money. I always say the small business is actually a very big business when you add it all up. And she's going to come here, and it's a very important thing. I want to thank also the First Lady, because she wanted to come here. She wanted to be here. She has so many friends, and she also wanted to see North Carolina, because that was another disaster that was so bad, so different, but so bad. And she just wanted to go there. We said we're going to stop at one, and then we're going to the other. In many respects, it was a depressing day, but in many respects, it was a beautiful day, because the spirit is so incredible. North Carolina and here, very, very similar situation. Different, so different and yet so similar, actually. And so I just thought it was very nice. You wanted to be here, and we appreciate that. Please. Jay?
These are press questions. I'm sorry that we don't have a mic. We're in a search to find other potentially Okay, here we go.
Is that local? You gotta do, you gotta. I don't want to be the only one to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the cities, the towns, and the state is not going to give you permits. And you know, the problem with permits, it only takes one. You might need 7 different permits. You shouldn't have any at this point. You should just let them build. And you know, you're only as good as the weakest one. So if you have one that's going to hold you up, but the others are going to give it to you in 24 hours, it's not going to help you very much. So they have to work on that. It's what everybody said.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity. Yes.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know, we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't
Yes,
cost
and
a
they
lot.
can,
You
and
should
they are
let them
able
do
to-
it because
No,
by the
they
time you
can do
hire
that.
contractors, it's
Right.
going to be 2 years.
If a family...
People are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can
There's
do
not that
that.
much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract
If
that's going to
individuals
charge him
want to build-
$25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked,
signed
I
an
mean, you have a
emergency
very powerful
declaration.
emergency power, and you
Yes.
can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Well, yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most
a
important
week
thing is
a
for
long
people
time.
to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
Last night.
And that was last night.
On that. Right.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in, and Tom McClintock, who you know has been an expert on this for years.
That's right.
We are going to be putting conditions on the money that do two things. Require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. Little things like water. You know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm Jay Obernolte. My district is just a bit east of here.
Yep.
And you were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlands to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that. Just last year, a couple months ago in October, they put out a fire. The line fire in my district was over twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago.
That's right.
We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. Mr. President, we need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our legal system to prevent these lawsuits from tying up these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the merit shouldn't be heard, but we need to hear them and we need to move on, resolve them.
Is this a state group? State or federal group?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they have help from the state.
They
and
use the
federal.
environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking. You have local and state groups, and you have federal groups too. And you got to fight them the right way, because you'll never, even if the mayor gives, you're going to have a local group come in and sue. You're not allowed to go on your property. They're going to talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property and they want to clean out their property. And you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It'll be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house because they went through hell. And they should be allowed to build a little bit, give them a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted. They have to have an 8-foot ceiling. You let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or a 15% bonus on their plans. And I think it would be very well received because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. Do you like that idea, by the way? They deserve it.
Trump's going to win California.
It's not their fault. It's not the homeowner's fault.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And I think they should be entitled to a bonus on their house.
Glitched.
Okay.
We apologize.
Sir, thank you.
We have backup
some
fees.
good news
We're
from
set.
Paradise.
Yep.
We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the governor.
Trump's going to win California.
That,
Like Republicans will win California.
3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lost. And there's 400 more in the wings. And so FEMA was very helpful. Now my colleague who has Altadena here, probably a very similar situation. Clearing the lots, they're probably going to have to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So they'll need a lot of help. Those are working class folks in Altadena.
And we did a good job with you
And
people.
FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yep.
30,000.
That was the old days when FEMA was good. FEMA's no good anymore.
Yeah.
That was when we ran it. FEMA was very good, but now FEMA's not good.
We got to get them on track. But on the water, thanks so much for your strong efforts on that. Right now, Lake Shasta, which is in my district, is dumping more water than what is coming in. So is Folsom Lake. And those are federal projects that should be building up because we're latter January here. And you can't count on the rain and the snow coming every year. And so if we don't fill those projects, then my colleague in San Joaquin Valley isn't going to get his water for his farmers. Well, it might be all right up in the north. They aren't going to get it. And then the water needs to go through aqueduct for Southern Cal to refill maybe the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was empty during this.
You know, you don't even need reservoirs. With the water coming down, you don't need the reservoir. You have so much water, you don't need it. You only have reservoirs because you're trying to hold water. But you have natural water coming down along the coast. It's for 1 million years it's been coming. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, you have a lot of half pipe. In other words, you have the half pipe that's built, and it hasn't been used. You see, it's bone dry. No water's been in that half pipe for years and years. It was closed up years ago.
Had the
It's already-
reservoir.
It's already
sorry.
there. Yeah.
Had,
You
had
got
the
it, you
reservoir
got it.
above Palisades been full, they wouldn't have run out of water in a few hours. It would have gone for at least a few days with 40 acre feet out of 600,000
That
acre feet.
reservoir's been empty for a long time.
Yep.
It shouldn't have been empty. Okay. Any other
Thank you.
questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, my name is Tracy Park. I represent the people of the Pacific Palisades on the LA City Council. I wanted to thank you for your loyal support to our military, our police officers, and especially our firefighters.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It was the Army Corps of Engineers who announced last night that it would be 18 months. I am fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our city
Good.
and our county partners to speed this up.
Good.
I just ask for your ongoing partnership with FEMA and the EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all layers of government to get these people back home. Thank you, sir.
I do, thank you very much. It's well said. I do have to say FEMA is a big disappointment. We had it working well. We had great people, but FEMA's not good anymore. What FEMA did in North Carolina, you know, they still haven't even gone to certain areas. They don't know what they're doing. And I say, you don't need FEMA. You need a good state government. And when you have a problem in Los Angeles, or when you have a problem even in the state of California, you have your own, essentially FEMA. You fix it yourself. You don't have somebody coming in from a state where they have no idea, like Florida. They come in from hurricanes. They have people staying in Alaska. And now they see, oh, this is very nice. But by the time they get familiar with it, they don't know anything. The FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We had great people. We did some great jobs. But each state should take care of their problem and get money from the federal government. It would be so much better, so much more efficient. So we're looking at that because we have had, and you're going to have problems with FEMA too. You've already had problems with FEMA. FEMA doesn't even show up. It takes weeks before they even show up. And what happens is the state then relies on FEMA, and nobody does anything because FEMA doesn't show up. So it's not a good situation. So we'll make some recommendations on that. But you have to push like hell to get the permits, because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not going to get your permits as fast as people are saying. We have to get them in. Mayor, if I can help you at all in that regard, you'll let me know. But you're going to have all your federal permits. That's going to be the easy part, which, by the way, is by far the hardest part. You know who controls your water is Department of Commerce, and I already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, but that's the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything I can do, please let me know. Please, go ahead. You lost all your schools. You lost your 4 schools? Were they completely burned down, the schools? Wow. All of them? All of them? No, you can't. No.
That's right.
Well, I'm going to ask Rick to set, I think right from this table, you might put a couple of the fire guys back there on that I just met, okay? Because they're really good. But get a group and figure out how we can do the processing faster.
Mr. President, if I can just defend FEMA a little bit.
Yeah.
They brought thousands of people in I don't know how they're doing in other states. They're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge center that's open from 9 in the morning till 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands of people, which they've been able to do. Now, California, if we did it on our own, maybe we'd have thousands of people.
You do.
But if Rhode Island has
You
a
do.
Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep
How many
thousands-
people do you have in California? 36? How many
Close-
million?
close to
How many
40
million people do you have?
But
You have 40 million people. You're not going to get a few thousand people? The problem with FEMA is they come from all over the country. They end up in arguments with your people from California because they want to do it a totally different way. And
They're getting
I
along
can live
fine.
either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA and all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the great disasters of all time.
And Mr. President, you can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
You know who came in and fixed North Carolina or the process? Other states, people from all over the country came. And you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organization's a big problem. FEMA's incompetently run, and it costs about 3 times more than it should cost.
I'm hoping
we
that
can
you can
spend
get it
money
better
on
run.
schools instead of giving money to bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer.
Mr. President,
It takes you so much longer.
FEMA for helping our people.
FEMA has a standard, Brad, and I'm a builder. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard that's so slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll be here for a long time. What I'm saying is get the city, get the state to give you immediate 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast. How many of the people, could I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a home, percentage-wise, like where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home because they have a beautiful home, but they don't have cash, right? So what are people looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half
Well,
million dollar
you did
uninsured
something,
loss.
Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And you know,
Brad, me?
every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll
you
tell
know
you this,
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago they all left. And 2 years ago they had different, quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have
And
no
the
idea.
insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay? They have their big drawbacks too, but the insurance company, I read the papers very well, and they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough situation. I'm not a big fan of insurance companies. I get that.
They're pulling out of
But
Florida
Brad,
as
you
well.
lost your insurance company 6 months ago because the state wouldn't give them what they had to have.
Yeah. And Mr. President, I remember the
Go ahead,
big-
please. Go ahead.
I'm Ed Ring from the California Policy Center, and in the matter of prevention of fires, in the matter of the cost of rebuilding, both of which affect insurance rates, I think to support something one of the other participants said, a reform you might consider, and it could be an act of Congress, is that the losers in environmentalist lawsuits pays the legal fees. And I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
Oh, you mean loser pays. I love that. Well, if you did loser pays, you could cut your courts in you could cut them down about 90%. Loser pays. You know what would also benefit? Medical. If you had loser pays for medical, your medical costs would go down by 50%. That's an interesting thing. I bring that up, but the only problem? The strongest lobby in the world, you know what it is? The lawyer lobby. So when you go back to your local congressman, hello, congressman, how about going against the lawyers for a little while? No, loser pay is, very good. In Europe, they use it in certain parts of Europe, and they have very little litigations, right? Yes, please.
Mr. President, I represent the 27th Congressional District, which is on the north side of the North San Fernando Valley through Santa Clarita and Lancaster and Palmdale. I just wanted to tell you a story of heroism. Yesterday, we had another big fire. We had several big fires across, and this fire was moving fast. It was moving 1,000 feet per minute. But what these heroes did, the firefighters and the sheriffs and the law enforcement officials, they mobilized 4,000 people within about 6 hours. They mobilized 20 air attack aircraft and helicopters, and they saved the city of Castaic. And so I just wanted to ask you to join us in recognizing those amazing heroes.
I love that.
I think the thing that we all, and I'm very encouraged by your words, we're all here to help the folks here, right?
That's right.
And your words about building quickly, building well, but building quickly is what I think we are all here to do. And I think if we can take that spirit out of today, it is really important that you and your wife are here. If we can take that spirit, we're going to help these people as quickly as possible, get them back on their feet, and recreate these amazing communities that we have here.
And you'll take the word spirit, such a great word, such an important word. You'll take their guts away. You'll take their spirit away if you don't give them the permits. You're going to take their guts. They're going to say, all of a sudden they'll start looking for houses, and your whole thing is going to blow up on you. These people want to get going. This place can go quickly, but you don't want to take their spirit away, and that will take their spirit away. So you're 100% right. Yes, sir. Thank you. Right. They're expecting that net margin on the back. That's right. Oh, you noticed that. Oh, look at this guy. He studies that. No, Bank of America, they're not nice. Sounds very nice. The Bank of America, they're not nice. Well, we're doing numbers on banks, yeah. We're doing it. Is that Leonard Boxer next to you? Leonard? Huh? We have Leonard, and we have, there's Skip. I have them all here, huh? Look at Skip. I haven't seen you in a long time. You used to be a very good golfer. You still a good golfer? Huh? And he's a good guy, too. Hi, Skip. You got them all, huh? Got Leonard, Skip. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say Paradise is coming back because of the help that you gave us. And we really want to thank you for that. And that's why we're here also, is because we want to help our
we did a good job with Paradise, didn't we? What a fire that was.
It was a terrible fire.
We've had many people were found, and only the certain type of German Shepherd could even find it, right? You could not tell. The dog would go right up. There's the body. And the incineration was so horrible. So horrible.
And when we see the same devastation.
So Paradise is going good, right?
It's going good. We're coming back.
Yeah,
and it's because of the help, and we want to help our brothers and sisters here in LA to come back too. And I know that's what you're going to do. And so we really appreciate that. But from Paradise to the Palisades, the problem is fuel. It's the fuel, the vegetation, the dry grasses, the chaparral. There's a tremendous amount of it, and we're not.
You got to remove it. You got to remove it, and you got to remove it, and you got to do the other things that we've said 10 times. I mean, you got to remove it. You just can't have it. I see it even now. I saw the fire. We flew over it, and you got a lot of dry stuff. It's bone dry.
And the environmental.
And I predicted this 7 years ago. I said, do it, get it done, and everybody laughed. They thought it was. I said, forest management. They thought it was such a funny term. Ha ha ha! That's so funny. Now it's not funny anymore, we were right.
It's number one cause of these fires, number one cause.
You wouldn't have any fires.
Right. And if we just remove those environmental regulations, NEPA, CEQA at the state level, that get in the way of us doing those projects.
It's all a con job, you know that, right? It's all a big,
Berry
it's all a
Creek,
big con
the
job.
town of Berry Creek in my district.
Yeah.
CEQA stopped them from doing a fuel reduction project. They said 18 months. That's where 18 months comes from, because at least 18 months on a CEQA review. That community is no longer here today because of the North Complex fire. We didn't build that project. We need to make sure that never happens again. We have to stop those things from happening so we don't have
Well, it will
Paradise
happen
in
here
Palisades.
unless you're very strong as a group of people and demand that you have the right to go onto your property and start the process immediately, like tomorrow. How many people did I see on your street where they're standing in front of their lot? The house is, there's really not much demolition. It's incinerated, right? So it's not like a lot of stuff. It's not like you have 3 stories worth of concrete. It's all incinerated. And all of the people were standing there and they weren't allowed to even go onto their lot. You got to let them do. If you can do that, you're going to see this thing go like wildfire. And if you don't, you're going to have those lots for years because people are going to leave. They're going to, as much as you love your location and your place, and you're in the real estate business, as much as you love your location and your site, your housing sites, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. They're going to find other things. They're not going to put up with it. They have spirit now, but in a year from now, they won't have spirit if you don't let them go. So just harness it. Well, I think, look, I'm going to give you everything you want. I'm going to give you more than any president would have ever given you. If most presidents wouldn't be here, number one. They certainly wouldn't be here after 3 days. They would not be here, I can tell you that. And we're going to override all of permitting. The only thing you have to do is get your state people, which should be very easy, because that's literally so easy to do. And I know the mayor, and I know she's working very hard, but she's got very powerful emergency, it's called an emergency petition, and you can petition very quickly. And I just hope you can give them, because it's very rare that the federal government would be ahead of the state government, because the federal permits are much tougher. But you essentially already have your permits. You can just go and go wild. Brad, as soon as you can get those permits, whatever you can do, if you can put that genius of yours to work on getting a permit, you'll be doing much better than some of the other things you've said, okay? But we do appreciate you. So, Mayor, could I just leave you with that? It's a big permitting deal. We're going to be back, and I'm going to put Rick in charge of just representing me for a period of time until we figure out exactly who we want to do it, whether we want a commission or an individual. You know, if you have a good individual, if you have a really good individual, and they are rare, but if you have a really good individual, it's always better than a commission, because a commission gets bogged down a little bit, Darrell, right? So it's if you had the right individual. And I know we do. We have a lot of great individuals in this community. But it's an honor to be with you. It was an honor to be with your firemen before and your policemen. We met some great people. And these are people that are leaders, and they're just fantastic. It's a fantastic group of people, and they were very brave. I want to tell you, your fire people are so well thought of. You had big fires, and it was hard to put them out, but boy, were they brave. They were really fighting against a tough thing, and everybody in the country knows it. Everybody in the country knows it. And it was an honor to be with you. So I'll be back, and we'll work very hard. And I hope you guys can start doing your cleanup starting like tomorrow at around 12 o'clock, okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Brad.
Just remarkable. I have never seen anything like it. This is the Trump I voted for. This is the Trump I voted for in 2016. This is the Trump that I voted for in 2020. And this is the Trump that I voted for in 2024. Donald Trump just roasting to their faces, just destroying these corrupt politicians in California, saying, nope, we're not going to make people wait for years and for decades to get their houses back. We are going to build and build tonight. Donald Trump celebrating the firefighters that he got a chance to meet and shake their hands. We actually have some very, very interesting footage from that. Ladies and gentlemen, also Pete Hegseth's vote is right now. Goodness gracious. I mean, Pete Hegseth's vote is like in 10 minutes. So why not? You want to watch Pete Hegseth become the Secretary of Defense with us? Why not? Ladies and gentlemen, the vote should go quickly. So let's hang out for that. President Trump shakes hands with the brave firefighters of Los Angeles Fire Department and says, "Thank you for saving America, Mr. President." Donald Trump destroying Karen Bass to her face. Donald Trump roasting Karen Bass, saying, "You are not going to find excuses this time. The Coastal Commission, toxic cleanup. We have to get the permits. We have to get all the environmental people in here. We have to make sure we settle all the lawsuits. We have to make sure nobody bonks their head or stubs their toe or gets a paper cut. We're going to drown all of these people who've already lost everything." Some people literally lost everything. They're now homeless. We're going to drown them in government red tape. And Donald Trump destroying Karen Bass live on camera. This is, without question, the highlight of the long press conference that we all just witnessed. Ladies and gentlemen, that was fascinating. Watching President Trump work. The art of the deal. Watch this Democrat DEI mayor shake with fear and then bow to President Trump's requests. Watch.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe. And we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't cost a lot.
Yes, and they can.
You
And
should
they are
let them
able
do it because by the time you hire contractors, it's going to be 2 years.
If a family...
The people are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can.
There's not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract that's going to charge him $25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked, you have a very powerful emergency power, and you can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Well, yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most important thing is for people to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing. And I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them. Everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
Last night.
And that was last night.
On that. Right.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and
holy moly, Donald Trump just cooking them. Ladies and gentlemen, such a fascinating time to be alive, to watch President Trump work, and to be polite. He goes over and shakes everyone's hand. He's nice to people, right? You catch more bees with honey, sort of thing. But then he just is able to rip the gloves off and go straight for the jugular, and the room turned on the Democrats. Did you see this? The room turned on the Democrats. Where the hell's Gavin Newsom? I try and keep my mouth shut during these things. I actually mute myself so that I can't scream. You probably see me down in the corner yelling. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, if you are new to this channel, please subscribe to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel. We do everything that we possibly can to make sure that you are getting a front row seat to the golden era, including breaking news on a different subject, but a very important subject. And we're going to break news live right now in minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Pete Hegseth vote. Pete Hegseth will become the Secretary of Defense in minutes live here. Right now, the Senate is preparing for votes, ladies and gentlemen, for Pete Hegseth. And so we're going to definitely lock in live for this, but just a couple of takeaways here. Where the hell was Gavin Newsom? Gavin Newsom was nowhere to be found. He's the damn governor. He wasn't even there. Donald Trump must have bitch slapped him so hard in that little helicopter ride. Donald Trump must have cooked him that Gavin Newsom just fled literally in his own state. The alpha energy of President Trump. Memes are already being made of Gavin Newsom wearing a cast after the handshake that Donald Trump gave him. The giant pulling in handshake. And Democrats are going to need casts after the tongue lashing here, ladies and gentlemen. Brad Sherman. 2 clips I really got to get to. Really quick clips here. Brad Sherman getting absolutely pistol whipped by Donald Trump. You have made it impossible to live in this state. Go.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half
Well,
$1 million
you did something, Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And
Brad, me?
Every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll
you
tell you
know
this,
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago they all left. And 2 years ago they had different, quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We have.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sick of. Ooh, are they voting, Killer Klein? Let's have a look here. Producer Danny, make sure that you stay in my ear here. We're going to watch the Senate. Pete Hegseth, Senate is voting to confirm Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. Okay. Let's zip in here. Ladies and gentlemen, Pete Hegseth is inside of the United States Senate right now with his family. That is very rare. There may be some members of the Senate, Republicans, who do not vote for him. Some who have announced they will not vote for him is Lisa Murkowski. Some who has announced is Susan Collins of Maine. Let's go ahead and hear.
This follows a bruising Senate Armed Services Committee confirmation hearing earlier this month, which you can watch in its entirety online at our website, cspan.org.
Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton,
okay.
Mr. Kramer.
They're doing roll call right now, so you're not missing anything, but we're going to lock in on this Pete Hegseth vote. It's live right now inside of the United States Senate. Live right now inside the United States Senate. Some are saying that maybe McConnell will flip and will not vote for Hegseth. J.D. Vance is inside of the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, J.D. Vance. Yes, absolutely, Danny. Let's change packaging right now, please. J.D. Vance may have to cast the tie-breaking vote. So we're going to watch history happen live right now. Again, Pete Hegseth is inside of the United States Capitol building. He is there with his wife and children and family. So we may even get reactions, live reactions for Pete Hegseth. Why not? It's only Friday night. Just let it rip. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have the live vote right now. We just have roll call going on. You can see Leader John Thune there on the floor. President Trump I was about to go on a rampage here, and this will give me a nice opportunity. Here we go. Senate GOP source says the Hegseth vote is going to go down to the wire. Very imminent. That's Fox News reporting. Here's something that enrages me. And I just want to talk about what we witnessed with President Trump over the last 3 hours in California. And it sends me to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. To the moon! When they blame Donald Trump for the problems that they've created inside of a Democrat trifecta state. California is a Democrat single-party state. There is no such thing as the Republican Party in California. Sure, there are some little Republicans in little rural pockets here and there. The entire state is run by the death grip of the Democrat Party and has been for the better part of the last 3 decades. Every single problem in California is because of the Democrat Party. They have a trifecta in the House and the executive and the Senate in the state. And of course, they go blue. They go blue every single election. They have 54 members of Congress. The vast majority of them are Democrats. Every problem in California is the result of decades of Democrat leadership. They have some of the oldest, most cretinous members of Congress, Nancy Pelosi. And what do they do when Donald Trump lands? They blame him. Trump's been in office for 3 days, and they blame Donald Trump for their problems. Oh, it makes me sick. They blame Donald Trump for the problems of California, for the things that they have created over generations of incompetence, DEI, anti-white racism, hatred of men, hatred of meritocracy and running functional societies, hatred of the free market, hatred, ladies and gentlemen, of American democracy itself, which is why they got rid of all of their any capacity to root out voter fraud. All voter fraud must be tied, of course, to a ID. Do you have the right to vote? They got rid of all their They got rid of all their ID laws. So yes, the Democrats in California are responsible for 100% of their problems. They have controlled that state, and then Donald Trump lands, and all you hear is the mewling and the bitching and the complaining to Donald Trump. Oh, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. As though it's Donald Trump's fault. And there's one time during the presser that we just saw with Trump where Trump goes, hold up. This happened during Joe Biden. What's Joe Biden do for you guys? What did Biden do? Biden did nothing. Nothing for California. Nothing. Literally just handed it off to Trump. Dumped it on his plate. Trump did an unbelievable job. Just an incredible job. Ladies and gentlemen. And it was really, really funny what he did. Since this is just a shot of the Senate, I want to play you one final clip because I cannot help myself. Donald Trump, hilarious. Roasting him. It's called water. It's good at fighting fires. It's just Trump at peak performance. Here we go.
Items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. Little things like water. You know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Okay, here we go.
Blumenthal, Collins,
Here we go.
Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, and Wyden. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye.
Okay, you're hearing the roll call vote right now. I don't know why we don't have the audio. but it sounds like we're underwater. I'm sorry, it's C-SPAN, you know? This is their only job. It's C-SPAN. But anyway, you can see now the vote counter here. Here's the yes versus no.
Mr. Cornyn, aye.
There we go.
Ms. Murkowski, no.
Boo.
Mr. Warner, no.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's just stay here. Ladies.
Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mrs. Capito, aye.
Okay, you can see here, it's very strange, ladies and gentlemen. C-SPAN has a monopoly on the footage from inside of the Capitol. So we have to just stick,
no.
we have to stick with this. We have to stick with this feed.
Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Risch, aye.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the counters there. 34 to 25.
Mr. Curtis, aye.
We need to get to 51. You must have 51.
Mr. Sheehy, aye.
So we have 36. Ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Kramer, aye.
All right. 37 to 25. This is for
Warren,
Pete.
no.
Pete Hegseth. This vote is going to come down to the
Mr.
wire.
Rono, no.
You must get 51. J.D. Vance. According to all available reports on Capitol Hill, J.D. Vance not in the building. J.D. Vance not in the building. Don't get scared. This is apparently a show of strength that they are confident that Pete Hegseth will get 51.
Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
Okay. Expect it to be tight. We're at 37-30 right now. For Pete Hegseth. This is the Pete Hegseth vote live from inside of the Senate. Secretary of Defense, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Murphy, no.
Again, expect it to be tight. It is probably going to be available, according to all available reports, it's probably going to be a one vote.
Mr. Hawley, aye.
A one vote confirmation. Murkowski has voted no. Is this a massive shock to anyone? No. Murkowski has said she's going to vote no. She has told the world she's going to vote no. This is what Murkowski has announced. Susan Collins has said no, that she will not be voting for Pete Hegseth. They have followed through and they have voted no. Both have voted no. Two Republicans have voted no. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here is where things...
Mr. King, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Warnock, no.
Here's where things get messy. You need to watch for McConnell. You need to watch for Tom Tillis. These are two Republicans who've been extremely, extremely squishy. McConnell voted for the advancement of Pete Hegseth. Chuck Schumer was asked by reporters if he has the vote to stop the Hegseth nomination, and Chuck Schumer said, "Go to the floor and we'll see." Schumer will not comment on whether he will require them to burn all 30 hours allowed to break the filibuster on the Nome confirmation. Pete Hegseth has just posted on X. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to cut away from this. I'm going to read to you from my phone. Pete Hegseth has posted on X a note to Tom Tillis. Fascinating. Apparently, Tom Tillis is the
Miss
one.
Cantwell, no. Miss Blunt Rochester, no. Miss Klobuchar, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Yeah.
This is not a shock
Mrs.
to us.
Britt, aye.
It's not a shock, obviously. Republicans should be able to get, they should have gotten 53 votes if all Republicans just voted.
Mr. Langford, aye.
But it will be with the loss of Murkowski and Collins, who will absolutely lose their seats over this. It will be a loss, ladies and gentlemen. Let's freaking go, Pete. I have in my hand here a letter from Pete Hegseth that was just posted seconds ago on X. I have not read it. We'll read it together here. We're going to keep the vote on the screen, and I'm going to read it to you from my phone. Senator Tom Tillis. Affidavit of Danielle Dietrich.
Right. But they're old enough now to stay with themselves.
Yeah, they're 13. They're fine. I don't worry about it.
Mr. Van Hollen, no.
Doing something.
Not a surprise.
Mr. Peters, no.
Not a surprise.
Yeah.
Democrat.
Yeah, but no, please.
Mr. Markey, no.
Not a surprise. Democrat.
Watching them all day.
Mr. Bennett,
No, I have like a track.
no.
And that's why I see
Mr. Schmidt, aye.
following them around. And they've been
It's going to come down to the wire, 41-42. We have 7.
And so we're about halfway through this confirmation vote for Pete Hegseth to be defense secretary, and as expected, Republicans Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski have voted against the nominee. Now, still to come, how Republican Mitch McConnell and North Carolina's Tom Tillis vote. President Trump's pick for defense secretary can only afford to lose one more vote before the vice president has to step in to break a tie. If he loses 2 more Republicans, we expect this nomination to fail. Let's continue to watch.
Goodness. 43-43. Yes? Okay. Tom Tillis says he will vote for Pete Hegseth.
My mother's 87 and she can face something.
Mr. Bozeman, aye.
Tillis is a yes. Tillis is a yes. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I have a post that was posted at 9:09 p.m. minutes ago. Ladies and gentlemen, from Tom Tillis, the senator from North Carolina. Tom Tillis says, in response to what I was just reading you, which is a post that...
Mr. Welch, no.
Which is a post that Pete Hegseth put on X.
Mr. Paul, aye.
Okay, here we go. Where's Rand Paul? Tom Tillis is saying that he will vote for Pete Hegseth. Once Pete Hegseth's nomination was set to the floor by colleagues in the Senate Armed Services Committee, I conducted my own due diligence. I am reading to you from Tom Tillis's post on X. Okay? Can't put it on screen because we're gonna capture the vote here. Including asking tough questions of Pete. I appreciate his candor and openness in answering them. From the beginning, I've been very clear about my position. If President Trump's nominees were reported favorably out of relevant committees, I would support their confirmation on the Senate floor. Pete has a unique perspective as a veteran in wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and is unquestionably passionate about modernizing our military and supporting our brave patriots like himself and this nation. I will support his confirmation. I look forward to working with him to rebuild our military. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that then falls to McConnell. I am checking McConnell's feed, just seeing if maybe they posted anything.
Mr. McConnell, no.
Ah.
Mr. Hoven, aye.
Whoa, 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 whoa. So, with McConnell no, we need a tie-breaking vote from J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, Mitch McConnell just backstabbed Donald Trump. Just backstabbed the Trump administration. Stabbed it right in the heart. McConnell voting no means that we must have a tie-breaking vote from J.D. Vance. It means J.D.
Ms.
Vance.
Smith, no.
I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, producer Dana, let me know. So we're going to have a tie, 50-50.
Mr. Cassidy, aye.
We're going to have a tie, 50-50. J.D. Vance needs to get to the United States Capitol immediately. J.D. Vance must get to the United States Capitol to break the tie. Unless there is some type of major surprise no
Mr.
vote.
Scott of South Carolina, aye.
Mitch McConnell, what a filthy scumbag.
Again, all eyes on Capitol Hill as this vote to confirm Pete Hegseth, President Trump's pick to lead the Defense Department, is underway. Again, a simple majority needed for approval, but here tonight it could take the vote of Vice President Vance to break a potential tie and get this nomination over the finish line. We've heard at least 3 no votes now from Republicans, Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins. Also, just voting, former Majority Leader Mitch McConnell voted no. Tom Tillis of North Carolina was a question, but we just saw Senator Tillis vote yes. Now, repeating, if all senators are present, Republicans hold a 53-47 advantage, meaning that they could lose the votes of 3 senators, but they need Vice President Vance to break the tie, and that could happen here.
If J.D. Vance hauls ass and gets into the United States Senate,
Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
oh, what a scumbag. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on Tom Tillis to make sure that this locks in. All eyes on JD Vance. Let me know in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, as Mitch McConnell has sabotaged once again President Trump. Enraging.
Mr. Fetterman. No.
Okay, Fetterman could have voted also for him. What a con job that guy is. Don't ever believe that guy's MAGA. That guy he's such an op.
Mr. Moran, aye.
JD Vance is in Washington, D.C. He did speak at the March for Life. It'd be great if they posted on social media, hey, I'm heading to the United States Capitol right now.
Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
I think we're got to be running out of votes at this point. So where's JD?
Mrs. Shaheen, no.
People in my timeline are saying that Pete Hegseth has been confirmed. But it's gonna have to be JD Vance. Yes, Republicans can confirm him, but it's going to have to be JD Vance that gets into the chamber to vote. Again, Pete Hegseth is in the building. Pete Hegseth is in the building with his wife and his children. There's now a 50-50 tie. Tell you some of the there are some bad vibes on this because this is one that was going to be the Pete Hegseth vote is one that's going to be arguably easier. then Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, confirmation from Mark Wayne Mullen. Mark Wayne Mullen, a senator who's been on our program multiple times, saying that J.D. Vance is soon on his way to cast the tie-breaking vote, meaning that Pete Hegseth will become the next Secretary of Defense and will be confirmed as the Secretary of Defense. My blood is boiling over Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Mitch McConnell. But I believe we are on our way to victory upon the narrowest possible margins. The last time a vice president had to cast a tie-breaking vote for a cabinet secretary position inside their own party was Mike Pence for Secretary DeVos for the Department of Education. Mitch McConnell is totally and completely compromised. These people, such scum, how they could do this after living through the invasion of our country, the war in Ukraine, the wars in Israel, the wars across they have brought such horrors, visited such horrors upon this nation, and they are going to sit here and judge Pete Hegseth. They're all degenerates who cheat on their wives, and they're going to sit here and judge Pete Hegseth. It's a sickening display. It makes your blood boil. Again, our friend, who is a senator from the state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, says that J.D. Vance is on his way to the United States Capitol. Perhaps he is in the United States Capitol right now. We're not sure. Hegseth to be confirmed and will be confirmed. J.D. Vance is in the building to break a tie. But we didn't need to do this because Mitch McConnell is a filthy, dirty, traitorous scumbag backstabbers. And it could have been over right now. But instead, Mitch McConnell had to appease.
Still waiting for one more vote to tally. But we are anticipating that President Trump's pick for Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, will be confirmed this evening. We know that Senators Murkowski, Collins, and McConnell have voted no on this nominee, so we believe we're in a 50-50 tie at this point. The Senate then apparently in this holding pattern, waiting for Vice President Vance to come break the tie. Now, if that were to happen, it would only be the second time in U.S. history that a vice president has had to break a tie on a cabinet appointment. The first was when Vice President Pence broke the tie to confirm Education Secretary Betsy DeVos in 2017. And again, we are told that Vice President Vance is standing by at the Capitol and will come to break this tie. You're watching live coverage of the U.S. Senate here on C-SPAN 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, why not pop on over, and while we wait here for the Vice President to head into the floor of the Senate and to cast the tie-breaking vote, I just want to hang on for that moment. Can't trust anything these days. Don't sleep. Don't go to sleep, because everything will change. As we wait for this moment, why not jump over to why Pete Hegseth wants to be Secretary of Defense. He was asked this. He was asked this on his during his confirmation hearing. It was a profound answer. Here we go.
Why do you want to do this job? What drives you?
You have 30 seconds.
Because I love my country, Senator, and I've dedicated my life to the warfighters. People see me as someone who hosts a morning show on television. But people that really know me know where my heart's at. It's with the guys in this audience who've had my back, and I've had theirs. We've been in some of the darkest and most difficult places you can ever be in. You come back a different person. And only by the grace of God am I here before you today. I'm doing this job for them, for all of them.
Thank you,
for the
Mr.
president.
Hegseth.
Good for him. Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, don't have the vote yet. I'm not going to take anything for granted. We should just lock in. Some other fun highlights. Let's just go in order here. Killer Klein, as we sit at a 50-50 tie. That's right. Pete Hegseth explaining to the chairman of the committee, Roger Wicker, answering for the allegations against him, which were as sleazy and as gross and as dirty as the Kavanaugh allegations. Here we go.
So from story after story in the media, left-wing media, we saw anonymous source after anonymous source based on second or third-hand accounts. And time again, stories would come out, and people would reach out to me and say, you know, I've spoken to this reporter about who you really are, and I was willing to go on the record. But they didn't print my quote. They didn't print any of my quotes. Or, I've worked with you for 10 years, or I was your accountant, or I was your chief operating officer, or I was your board member, or I was with you on 100 different tour stops for Concerned Veterans for America. No one called me. No one asked about your conduct on the record or off the record. Instead, a small handful of anonymous sources were allowed to drive a smear campaign, an agenda about me, because our left-wing media in America today, sadly, doesn't care about the truth. All they were out to do, Mr. Chairman, was to destroy me. And why do they want to destroy me? Because I'm a change agent and a threat to them, because Donald Trump was willing to choose me, to empower me, to bring the Defense Department back to what it really should be, which is warfighting. So I'm willing to endure these attacks. But what I will do is stand up for the truth and for my reputation. False attacks, anonymous attacks, repeated ad nauseum, printed as nauseum, as facts. We have provided to the committee, Mr. Chairman, and I know you're going to share, on-the-record statement after on-the-record statement from people who have served with me, worked with me at Fox News, Concerned Vets, Vets for Freedom, you name it, from the top of the chain to the bottom, who will say, I treat them with respect, with kindness, with dignity. That's men, that's women, that's black, that's white, that's every background. I have prided myself as a leader of respecting people, being professional. That is the balance of mine. I'm not a perfect person, as has been acknowledged. Saved by the grace of God, by Jesus and Jenny. I'm not a perfect person, but redemption is real. And God forged me in ways that I know I'm prepared for. And I'm honored by the people standing and sitting behind me, and look forward to leading this Pentagon on behalf of the warfighters.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from J.D. Vance. We, of course, would cut if we saw J.D. Vance on the Senate floor, but we did hear from J.D. Vance in the form of a post on X. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, J.D. Vance saying, I thought that I was done voting in the Senate, with a smiling emoji. Oh man, that's flying, by the way. Some of the responses, the Daily Signal, smiling, winking. There you go. J.D. Vance, the hero we need. Did ya? J.D. Vance doing the look. Vance is hilarious. We are so back. Very, very big win here. They all said that Pete Hegseth was doomed, that there would be no chance that Pete Hegseth would get the chair. Ladies and gentlemen, for this moment, you can blame Mitch McConnell. Eric Trump saying Mitch McConnell is the worst. Mitch McConnell is the worst. Mitch McConnell abandoned Kentucky. That's a very important tweet. Just scroll down, please, Killer Klein. It's a very important tweet. Look at how Kentucky votes. This is the state that Mitch McConnell represents. And then he goes and he destroys President Trump's selection for nothing. It's enraging. Anna Paulina Luna, yes, please. It's primary season, says Anna Paulina Luna. Primary season. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Will Cain, who is, of course, the strongest possible ally. Boom, your new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Okay. Just checking in, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, please. Tom Tillis kind of swooping in and saving the day here. Because without Tom Tillis, there would not be a Pete Hegseth. Now, this shouldn't be something that we're even debating. That the president's own party denies him his selections for his cabinet. Confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Secretary Pete Hegseth, says Donald Trump's White House deputy. Mark Wayne Mullen says, confirmed, Pete Hegseth will be your Secretary of Defense. J.D. Vance will soon cast the deciding vote. Pete Hegseth outworked everybody. They deserve all the credit for getting this done. Mitch McConnell, of course, can't be trusted to even speak on his own behalf. Mitch McConnell having multiple falls in the Senate, having multiple moments where he clearly forgot who he was and where he was. It is the greatest conceivable shame that on this program, on this channel, I've sat here like complaining and making fun of Joe Biden when our party is no better on this capacity. We let this guy be the leader of Republicans in the Senate. This old broken jackwagon. This is a video. I'm sure you've seen it. It's one of many videos of Mitch McConnell literally having his brain snap in two. Having his brain break. All right. Here we go. Let's go back to the feed. Senate feed here. I want to show it to you. And I know that Ashley's mom has anxiety. All right, here we go.
In the first 3 days of the Trump administration, illegal encounters dropped nearly 35% compared to the final 3 days of the Biden administration. Nearly 4,000 illegal immigrants tried to cross in President Biden's final days in office. Under President Trump, the numbers plummeted, and they will continue to plummet. The impact of the Trump policies is real, and this is only the beginning.
To advance.
Working with Kristi Noem, the Senate's going to secure the border. Governor Noem understands what's needed to tackle the border crisis. As she said in her hearing, she will ensure our Border Patrol agents and our Immigration and Customs Enforcement groups have all the tools, the resources, and the support that they need to carry out their mission.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are nominating speeches for Kristi Noem. Nominating speeches for Kristi Noem from earlier today. Senator Barrasso there speaking. We are waiting for J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance has just posted. Senate is waiting for J.D. Vance to take the chair and cast the tie-breaking vote, the nomination for Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary. J.D. Vance is inside of the Capitol, and he's having to sprint over to the United States Capitol building. We have not seen any confirmation. Producers, check with me, but we haven't seen any confirmation that J.D. Vance is in the building. Yeah, we've been looking. We've been trying to find motorcades. We've been trying to find motorcades, movements. We've been trying to find J.D. Vance traveling to the United States Capitol. Mitch McConnell, ladies and gentlemen, always disappoints us. Always. This could have been over right now. But Mitch McConnell, for some asshat reason, had to come wobble in and vote no, therefore causing a panic in the Senate. It's not panic. I mean, don't like freak out. But I'm not going to trust it until I see it. I must see the confirmation. J.D. Vance is having to come to the United States Capitol and to cast the tie-breaking vote here. Enraging. Rhino McConnell. For what? Although it does make me very nervous about other potential cabinet positions. I'm not trying to doomslay or anything here, but RFK is a tough one. If these three senators now decide that they're going to be voting in a block against Donald Trump confirmations, then RFK is going to be a really tough one. Cash is going to be a tough one. Tulsi's going to be a tough one. I'm not trying to doomslay. I'm saying that if Pete Hegseth is 50-50, we're going to have a wild week. A wild week. Next week we have confirmation hearings for RFK, Tulsi, and Kash Patel, among others. And so we are feverishly combing and looking for any type of confirmation of where J.D. Vance is. We have a post here from Anna Paulina Luna. McConnell is the embodiment of what is wrong in D.C. He will work against Trump. He can't help it. Anna Paulina Luna posting our tweet, reposting our tweet there. Fact check true. Ladies and gentlemen, we must prevail. Where is J.D. Vance? Surprised he wasn't in the building. Maybe he is, and maybe that's why we don't see any motorcades zooming through. Maybe he was chilling out. We don't know. We're going to have to walk up to the chair and take the vote. I am so sick of this. I am so sick of watching the party betray itself and sabotage itself. I am so sick of it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Why J.D. Vance? Let's go to some more. Let's go to some more of the Pete Hegseth highlight reel. Kristen Gillibrand having a psychotic meltdown and getting completely short-circuited by Pete Hegseth's sharp response. This one. And then President Trump made a comment upon his departure from Los Angeles, and so why not get to that as well if we have the time. Motorcade arrives. Okay, hold on. Motorcade is arriving. Motorcade is arriving. Producer Ashley selling us. Motorcade is arriving. Let's go. I don't think we have a shot, but our producers are online and are checking. Let's find out. No shot, no shot. The motorcade arrivals. The motorcade arrivals for these things. J.D. Vance's motorcade just arrived at the U.S. Capitol where we cast a tie-breaking vote in favor of Pete Hegseth's nomination. So we're going to lock in here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to lock in. Okay, great. Okay, so we have footage of the motorcade arriving. We're with you, okay? I'm you. I'm just a dude, all right? We're in this together. Chat, it's you and me, and we're the same people. I didn't need to see it with my own two eyes. So we have footage of the motorcade arriving right now. We'll play that for you. We don't want to miss the vote. J.D. Vance arrives inside the Senate chamber. If you've been inside the United States Capitol, you know that these chambers and these halls are actually quite, it's not a long distance. If you're actually in the United States Capitol building, the United States Capitol building is not horribly enormous. So if J.D. Vance is up and out of his motorcade, then he should quickly be to the Senate floor. As you can see here, the top is the Senate floor. Producers, can we check to see if there's any feed that has not this stupid split screen? I want to actually see it when J.D. Vance marches to the Senate floor. Yeah, go to that. Let's go to that, please. There we go. As J.D. Vance walking in will be imminent. Let's text some senators, shall we? Not going to tell you who. Let's send a big old group text to some senators and find out what the hell happened with McConnell. Here we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at here is the floor of the Senate, locked in a 50-50 tie for Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense. And we were awaiting J.D. Vance to storm the floor of the Capitol. We will very briefly show you J.D. Vance's motorcade arriving at the Capitol here.
Services want is more bureaucracy in the Defense Department. We've seen how well it goes when we hand war over to four-star morons who are more worried about hanging up their portraits on the Pentagon wall than the actual lives that hang in the balance. In fact, there are 13 United States families who lost their loved ones in the Afghanistan withdrawal who can speak directly to that. And I thank God tonight that my brother and the many other men and women that he served alongside with,
Here we go.
they don't have...
Back. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, J.D. Vance walking in. Here we go. J.D. Vance, you can see him up there in the top left. He just walked in. Making a joke. He said, what do you think about this Hegseth vote?
All right. Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change a vote? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed.
Yes! 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 We freaking did it! Yes! Woo! Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
The Majority Leader.
And I ask unanimous consent that with respect to the Hegseth nomination, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Yes.
Further, that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Nome nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection.
J.D. Vance in the chair.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security. Signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Ladies and gentlemen, J.D. Vance in the chair. There he is. There, you can see him there, walking, shaking hands, reverting the chair. There he is. You can see him wandering through. Let's just sort of chill and watch as J.D. claps backs with the senators. Everybody celebrate. I want celebration emojis in the chat. We freaking did it. They said Pete Hegseth couldn't be saved. They threw everything they could at him. They threw everything that they could to destroy this good man we personally know, Pete Hegseth. He is a good man. He's the father of like 900,000 children. He's like committed father. He's somebody who loves his faith, loves his country, served his country, took up arms, led men in Iraq, Afghanistan in battle. Pete Hegseth is now in the chair, in charge of the United States military. Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief, and Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of Defense for the most powerful armed forces the world has ever known. Pete Hegseth was smeared and slandered, libeled, defamed by Democrats. They threw everything they could at him, the full Kavanaugh playbook. Pete Hegseth got nothing but torturous, horrible headlines. Everything the corporate media could possibly, they went through his mom's 10-year-old emails. How did they get his mom's emails? They absolutely slandered and libeled and destroyed this man, and they couldn't win. We won. We defeated the machine. Realize how big this is. They told us Pete Hegseth was dead on arrival. And we defeated the machine. Ladies and gentlemen, we freaking did it. And now, one of our favorite stingers to ever play for you that we've pretty much wore out at this point, another Trump win. Yes. Oh, man. Oh, it is wonderful to see. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now our fourth hour live. We will let her rip. A senator has just texted me and says that Mitch McConnell must pay for this. He must pay dearly.
Mr. Baldwin.
He has to go. He has to go. He is a cancer on the Republican Party and the Republic itself. These are words
Mr.
from
Banks,
a
Mr. Barrasso,
senator.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn.
Whew.
Mr.
Oh,
Blumenthal,
so wonderful to
Ms.
see.
Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker.
And just in time, ladies and gentlemen, for Klein, we're gonna pop on over. All you're seeing is the vote to move Kristi Noem's nomination forward. She will get the chair. She's a governor. A lot of these senators know her. The leader of the Senate, John Thune. You're not going to piss him off. She's the governor of John Thune State. You're good. We're good. We're good on Kristi Noem. I personally believe strongly. Just in time for the deportation flights on U.S. military jets. Promises made, promises kept. This posted by the White House this morning. Just as promised, President Trump is sending a strong message. Those who enter the United States illegally will face severe consequences. You can see criminal aliens in chains around their waist and legs being boarded onto a C-17 with the U.S. military standing by watching. Back home. You got to go home. And who, ladies and gentlemen, will be the individuals carrying out these deportations? Well, it will be Pete Hegseth in the chair. Pete Hegseth in the chair. Oh, we're so excited about that. We defeated the machine. We literally raged against the machine. We won. They tried to pull a Kavanaugh, and actually, they couldn't even make a dent. Yes, they were able to get Mitch McConnell. I have a senator texting me right now saying Mitch McConnell will pay dearly for this. He is a cancer. Whew, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, Pete Hegseth, just in time for the military deportations. Gets the people going. What did Pete Hegseth have to endure? What did he have to endure? We have a short video to show you exactly what this poor man, I mean, he has gone into war zones. He has gone into battle. He has risked his life and limb, but I don't think he's done anything that is more dangerous or ear-piercing than this. He's probably...
Are you willing to support our veterans organizations that will help our veterans get every damn thing that they deserve because they signed on the dotted line to keep us safe, just like...
All right, let's just do a real quick cruise through the celebration timeline. Pete Hegseth confirmed as Trump's Secretary of Defense. J.D. Vance officially cast the 51st vote and wins. It's official. Hegseth is the next Secretary of Defense. Locked and loaded. President Trump just reacted to Pete Hegseth becoming the Secretary of Defense. Let's please get this clip. Ladies and gentlemen, I see it up on Beau Loudon's X. Perhaps we already have it. My statement on the confirmation of Pete Hegseth from Mike Davis, our dear friend. Mike Davis. Pete Hegseth will restore honor and dignity to our military, focusing on the fundamentals of warfighting. Hegseth earned 2 Bronze Stars in combat, Afghanistan, Iraq. Trigger pullers love Pete Hegseth. Paper pushers hate him. Look at him go. This is Mike Davis, our dear friend. This is the confirmation. Can we get that clipped as well? The confirmation. Yeah, perfect. Beautiful. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's President Trump talking about his brand new Secretary of Defense. Let's go.
No, I'm honored to have Pete. I think Pete's going to be a great Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and we're honored to have him.
I apologize. I couldn't hear you. Did you say you were speaking to him on the phone?
No, I did speak to Pete, yeah, in the plane, in the helicopter. I think Pete is going to be a great Secretary of Defense.
Are you disappointed that McConnell voted no?
I didn't even know that. No, I don't know that. I just heard that we won. Winning is what matters, right? So thank you very much, everybody. Are you going on the plane? Good. Maybe I'll see you on the plane. We'll see you on the plane. Thank you.
There you go. President Trump pulling the, oh, I didn't know that. You're just telling me right now. You're just telling me now. Walking up the plane without having to have the American people in fear of his life from falling down the steps. Ladies and gentlemen, smash that like button, punch subscribe. If you love our show, if you want to use the custom emojis, become a member, please. Support our work. We are live and we are ripping it for you. Look at this upgrade. Pete Hegseth confirmed. Look at, you have woke Darth Vader, masked. Could you imagine? You're this scared. You're literally this scared of a virus that, like, the Defense Department created, obviously. You're this scared of that. How are you ever going to fight a war? No, man. This is what an actual American warfighter looks like. Look at that, bro. Look at that pocket square. Fit. Check. Fit. Checked. Ladies and gentlemen. Ooh. Libs right now. There you go. Everybody follow Danny D'Urbina. Such a great member of our team. Fantastic. Everybody follow Danny. Happening now, President Trump speaks to the press before boarding Wheels Up to go to Washington, D.C. This man never stops working to better the lives of Americans, truly inspiring so much energy and passion for the country. These are 2 members of Trump's administration, Stephen Chung and Dan Scavino. Carolyn Levitt, photos we didn't get to see. Donald Trump signing this giant board inside of the fire station. Such great, such wonderful and beautiful moments that we all got to see together. Makes me so happy. Final thing we're going to call for here, ladies and gentlemen, that the J.D. Vance vote, right? The final vote. Just let me know when we got it. We got it? Okay. Look at Hegseth. Look at him go. Look at this, bro. What a G. What a G. Mel Gibson on President Trump's visit to Los Angeles. It's like Daddy arrived. He's taking the belt off and he's going to get some solutions. It's like Christmas every day now. Let's just end on this because we like ending on positive notes here. It's like Christmas every day now. New deportations daily. Pete Hegseth confirmed. Karen Bass getting called out in front of the entire nation. J6ers released. All of them. forgotten Americans in North Carolina given a voice, and no more federal funding for abortion. The list goes on and on and on. Pete Hegseth confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, we got the clip. Here we go.
If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed.
Woo! I want to just show you, final thing. We could show you many things, but we'll show you this. Do you have this? I do. Ah, great. Here's your new Secretary of Defense. The 3 flag minimum rule. Let's go.
The 3 flag minimum?
Yeah.
I have a 3 flag minimum rule here. You got a 1, you got a 2, all right, and you got a 3.
Bam!
3 American flag minimum. What a freaking awesome. What a great time to be alive. Ladies and gentlemen, we are alive. We're buzzing. This has been probably 30, 40 hours of lives this week. 30 hours and 45 minutes. Okay, we have a counter. We will work harder than anyone to ensure that you have a golden seat to the golden era. All we ask in return, ladies and gentlemen, is that you support our work, either by liking and subscribing to our channel, or if you have a little extra cash around, signing up and joining the Benny Brigade at BennyJohnson.com or becoming a member. There are also super chats and things like that. I also know what it's like to be totally dead broke. I was dead broke for the vast majority of my life. And so just watching along helps us, and we thank you for whatever you can do to help us keep going. We're winning. We are winning. This feed tonight, double or triple what any corporate media company could put up for live streaming numbers. This is how we remake media and how we take back the power. And we watched it all happen live right now on this program. The great Pete Hegseth. Do we have our Pete Hegseth confirmation graphic?
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah? Why not? Let's just pop this. This is something that we made for Pete. Pete Hegseth confirmed. Donald Trump nuking them in California. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the golden era. It's your boy, Benny. It has been my honor and the entire honor of the team, Killer Klein over there, all of our producers, ALX, Danny, Ashley, everyone, Jerry, memes. Do we have memes? Do we have great memes to end on? Can we do the cool meme with the Eagles?
Oh, yeah, we got that.
Do we got that? Okay, here we go. We'll end on this kick-ass song that we made for you. Perfect way to close out. Pete Hegseth is your Department of Defense Secretary, and Donald Trump is your president. God bless America. See ya.
Rolling in with firelight, flames igniting icy night, crimson glow in frozen land, heat wave from a warlike band. On snow and steel in hand, burn through ice with brutal brand. Hearts of winter melt away, no place left for cold to play. Smoke and cinder fill the air, ashes falling everywhere. Conquest painted black and red, blazing trails where we have tread. Marching on in endless heat, cold defeated, feel the beat. The biggest ships in the sea, all owned by the oldest kings. And their dying legacy, media deal weeds. Soon will the Benny Show come to mind. The salt from lives for fun. Leave the gold and bring the gun. We sail for number one. Show come to mind. The salt from lives for fun. Leave the gold and bring the gun. We sail for number one. The biggest ships in the sea, all owned by the oldest kings.